Yeah.
Okay, recording? All right. Good evening, everybody. Mayor Green is remote tonight, so as Mayor Pro Tem, I'll facilitate this one. It is 6:07, and so I'm going to call to order this regular council meeting of January 20th, 2026. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Present?
Councilmember Cherry, present. Councilmember Edwards,
Here.
Councilmember Grant,
Present.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here.
Councilmember Dolan,
Here.
Mayor Green.
Here. She said it's quiet.
I heard her, it was very quiet though.
I can yell. Is that better?
I just wonder if on our end, we need to maybe turn it up a little. Can we? Or,
Mayor, can you speak to us?
I really am here, even if you can't see me.
okay, that's good. Thank you. We can hear you and see you. Great. Okay, I'd invite everyone for an optional Pledge of Allegiance or moment of silence.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Grant moves to approve the agenda.
30 seconds.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We have an agenda. Okay, next up, we have public comments about items not on the agenda. Just going to read a little framing before we get into it. Citizens wishing to speak to the City Council on issues not on the agenda are requested to raise their hand in the participants section of Google Meet or fill out the speaker form at the lectern in person. The mayor or the chair will call on the public in order. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, not including City Council questions. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to share information or opinions with the City Council. Because what you may bring up is not on our agenda, we can't discuss it or engage in conversation on the topics because they haven't appeared on the agenda. For any necessary follow-up, action can be requested of city staff. For matters on the agenda, which are not a public hearing, at the discretion of the chair, public input can be heard prior to votes being taken on the matter. So I think we have a lot of folks tonight who'd like to speak to us, which is awesome. Thank you for coming out tonight. Let's start in chambers and we'll just go with whoever's on the top of the list there. Y'all know? Awesome. Thank you, Steve. Ruth. Whoa, first tracks. Let's go.
Early tonight.
And if you could state your name and whether you live in city limits, that'd be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ruth Goldsler. We purchased our house, which is in the county, in 2005. Never regretted a moment of it, and we love being here. But we do come to you today to give you an update and provide you with some information on the timeline and the process for the state's consideration of CJK's fourth request for a permit to reopen and operate the Leadville Mill. And that is in the county, but it is something that obviously will affect our entire county, and that we think that the city council should be apprised of what's going on there. Steve and Craig will follow me in their period and give a couple highlights about issues we're concerned about. So this year's proposal is an amendment to an already existing state permit. This results in a very condensed public comment period. So the public comment period will start this Thursday and it will end on Monday, February 2nd. You have received a letter from the state agency notifying you of this application and telling you about your opportunity to respond. And that has to happen during the public comment period. Now, this is going to be the only opportunity that the council has to make their feelings and the feelings of their constituents known to the state. And to be clear, the council is not required to respond to the state's letter. But you should know that if you don't respond, you will forfeit your right to participate in any possible future state meetings or hearings. And additionally, after the comment period, if the state has not heard from you, they will assume that, quote, you have no objection or comment to the proposed activity. We believe that the state would be very mindful of any comment that the council would make. So we're urging you to make your voice and the voice of your constituents heard by the deadline of February 2nd. And I'm happy anytime to provide additional information. And should the state approve the requested permit and it comes to the county level, we would enjoy an opportunity to give you more details based on what we've learned from the technical consultant. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. All right, Steve, you're up next.
Okay, I've got a little head cold, so I'm going to talk through a mess. Steve McCauley, live here in the city limits of Leadville, and I'm going to read for you my commentary so I don't miss anything, and plus my boss has instructed me to read this to you for whatever reason. CJK owners publicly stated that they will transport this material from the east side, 40 full tandem dump truck loads of contaminated mine materials out of the east side to the Stringtown Mill, 7 days a week, year round, operating during daylight hours. Total of potentially 80 passes through the city per day. Now, this does not include the possibility of round trip tender passes for water, because they don't have a water source yet. And so they could be trucking water in. They also potentially will be transporting processed materials out of town. So we're not including that either in this assessment. The total number of heavy industrial truck trips could easily be over 100 per day through the city limits. Proposed route out of Cal Gulch limits city street exposure to a very small section of city street at the far south end of town. But we all know, because there will be no rule or law that says that they can't follow the path of least resistance, that they'll be coming down 5th Street, 6th Street, or 7th Street, because that's the quickest way out of the east side. And 5th Street probably would be the main street. Operating loaded 80,000-pound trucks on a 3 to 5% downhill grade through tight suburban streets at 10,000 feet significantly increases both the financial liability to the city and ultimately creates a catastrophic safety risk. Downward slope of all city streets east to west adds gravitational momentum, as we know, that compounds the heavy tandem damage and triples the complexity of winter braking. When a 40-ton truck brakes on a slope, it creates shoving, rutting forces during summer or warm months that literally peel asphalt away from subgrade, and in the winter on snowpack decreases stopping ability even at 20 miles per hour, possibly a half a block. So with that said, the estimated cost per mile to maintain and with proper safety precautions in place for 1 mile of paved road, that we're just using 1 mile inside the city limits, $390,000 annually over 7 years, potentially $2.5+ million. So the utility impact of an 80,000-pound loaded tandem on a 3 to 5% grade, going downhill, bumping into manhole covers, other water main access, that bump, that impact, hitting a pothole or manhole cover transmits much more vertical force and greatly increases the risk of a water main break in suburban neighborhoods in town. And the inevitable brake fade with a big truck decreases stopping distance on slopes, and that makes for dangerous driveway egress and certainly big truck.
Thanks, Steve. Sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Dang.
But I think your
email.
comments must have been good. I saw Mr. Medina, the streets department head, nodding back there. So,
Yeah, there's a lot more. The
okay.
liability portion is really important.
Okay. Send us an email with more. All right.
Craig Gooch, I live in unincorporated Lake County. Yeah, but there's much more to the project than the old proposed project. Last year we brought you a lot of issues. Many of those are still in existence in this one. There's lots of inadequacies in the current plan. We think it will cycle a few times just because of the gaps that exist in it. But overall, it poses significant risks for the environment, for the citizens, beyond the trucking. One of the major issues that we brought up last time, if you recall, was the cyanide processing, risks associated with that, and tailings. Well, tailings were the major issue in that they propose a risk for forever, basically. This proposal only addresses 10% of handling the tailings of what they propose over the 10-year period. They propose 550,000 tons. The current application that they have is for 12 to 15 months. That's it. What they say is they're going to come back for another one. Well, we think that they ought to have a total plan before it even gets considered. Because if they're planning on putting the rest of the tailings there, the issues we brought up last time about liquefaction, groundwater contamination, and other things would still exist and be a severe risk to the watershed, the Arkansas River, the groundwater. That within 2 miles of the mill, there's I think 210, 510 domestic wells. So there's concern on groundwater as well. Second major point I'd like to make tonight is just that water source has not been identified. They state, well, we could do it from a well, we could maybe get a tap from sanitation district or Parkville. So that's still an open issue as it was before, very substantial. So we think that these risks are significant. We're going to, as Ruth said, we are bringing forth a consultant to help us analyze it from a professional level. But it appears that there's many inadequacies, and we encourage you to submit comments to the RMS. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Anyone else in chambers like to? Go ahead, Steve. Would you mind just putting your name down on there? Thank you.
We don't have a clock facing here anymore, and that's,
Want me to give you a 1-minute warning or anything?
yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, I'll do it.
All right, so, I'm all for, just trying to, I think I'll say this succinctly. From my perspective, the city lacks decency in protecting our urban environment. The P&Z board is dominated by self-interest. I talked with my eye doctor today in Frisco, and he told me quite a bit about the deed restricted housing that they have in Breckenridge and Frisco, and none of that has appeared, as far as I know, in the discussions that the self-interest centered planning and zoning board have when they've talked with the city. And none of this has come up. It's like it doesn't exist. What has come up was we're going to be have 5, 3 on this side, 2 on that side, 5-acre lots, where we're going to have a zoning change to build housing for people that make $250,000 a year. This is what the facts said. Were brought out up at a work session between the city and the P&Z board. Nothing was said about deed restricted housing. So I keep having problems trying to understand why we're doing things like this, other than we have this feel-good kind of thing. We all want to get along with everybody. We could care less about our commitment to making this a good place to live for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
I have a public comment as a citizen.
Okay.
I'm Commissioner now. Hi, I'm Shannon Grant. I live at 126 West 7th Street, and I'm reading a letter on behalf of Mike Matheson from Follow the Footsteps. This is to the preceding council. Dear members of the Leadville City Council, on behalf of Follow the Footsteps, we respectfully extend our sincere appreciation for the City of Leadville's generous $1,000 contribution to the Learn to Ski program serving Lake County School District 4th and 5th grade students. Your donation was a wonderful and greatly appreciated surprise, and it came at a meaningful time for our organization and the families that we serve. With your support, the inaugural year of the program was highly successful, enrolling more than 30 students in meeting its goal of introducing local youth to skiing in a meaningful and supportive environment. The program is unique in that it provides 2 days of instruction, allowing students to progress in their skills over time and build confidence through a structured learning experience. The city's contribution, combined with other community donations, enabled Follow the Footsteps to fully fund all program costs, including lift tickets, equipment rentals, professional ski instruction, meals, transportation, and ski clothing for participants. By covering these essential expenses, we were able to remove the financial barriers and ensure equitable access for all students. We are so pleased to report that the fundraising efforts were successful enough to secure funding for the 2nd and 3rd years of the program. Furthermore, during the 26-27 ski season next year, we plan to expand the Learn to Glide program to include additional grade levels, increasing its reach and long-term impact within the Lake County community. Thank you for your continued commitment to youth development, outdoor recreation, and educational opportunities. The City of Leadville's support has played a vital role in the success and sustainability of the program. See you on the slopes, Mike Matheson. Thank you.
Thanks,
I
Shannon.
know it was
Would you
unconventional.
sign- Shannon, would you sign that?
Yeah.
Anyone else in chambers like to make public comment? In that case, we'll shift to online. Anybody online, please raise your digital hand. You see anyone else? Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Am I on there? I should be
Ann,
on
yeah,
that.
sorry, my bad. Yep,
Okay.
you're on there.
Great. Ann Stanek, thank y'all for having me tonight. I have lived in the city limits since 2002 and have owned a business on Main Street for 10 plus years, Harper Rose. And I suppose fresh off the tourism panel last 3 years. So wearing those hats, I just here to make a little comment or note that on, one of my favorite things every year is to, as it gets dark and cold and usually snowy, to turn on Main Street and just see our lovely lit up orange snowflakes. And I was sad when on January 6th, the truck of workers came and they were taking them down. And I was like, what the heck? It's January 6th. Why are we taking snowflakes down? And they said, that they had been told that it was past, the season was past and it was time for them to come down. And I just would like to put out there that I think, I know it seems like a trivial issue or thing, but I actually don't think, I think we need all the joy we can get these days. And they do literally bring joy. They're so warm, they're so inviting. And we also have some pretty incredible events that happen in the winter that I think just add to the flavor and the energy. And so my hope is that, the snowflakes will come back. The high hope is that we got Fat Bike Worlds this weekend. We're gonna have 200 plus riders, 400, many people coming to town, and it would be so amazing to invite them in with those snowflakes, but I know that's probably a huge ask. We've got Ski Jorin, we've got the Loppet, we've got several events, and just for our like sanity and just like good juju's, which again, I will not stress enough that we need as many of those as we can get. So I'm here to just say, I would love to see the snowflakes back. If they can't come back, I would love people to be able to, I don't know who's in charge of the snowflakes, but maybe that we can keep them up longer, because I think it makes a huge difference. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Sorry, I glossed over your name.
Okay.
Great,
Important issue.
absolutely. Okay, anyone else for public comment? Looks good.
Cisco, I'd just like to make a comment on the CJK mail for our newer council members, and it's just a comment, I don't have a question. But the city of Leadville did write a letter in opposition to the project in April of 24.
Mhm.
And I just sent a copy of that letter earlier today to everybody.
Thanks.
Council.
I think during council reports, we could propose how maybe we want to move forward with that.
Sure.
With the request for new business to appear on agenda, or how we want to do that. So,
Okay.
thank you, yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. Let's see. Next up, we have the consent agenda. So for any new council members or anyone interested, the consent, thanks y'all. The consent agenda is a way for us to pass multiple things with one single vote. So it oftentimes contains things like our prior minutes and any of simpler resolutions, housekeeping type resolutions. So if anyone has questions about those items, we have to pull them off of the consent agenda and consider them in the main agenda, which is possible for sure. It's sort of an efficiency and timekeeping thing. So tonight in the consent agenda is the approval of the minutes from December 16th and a resolution designating the authorized signatories to our bank accounts. So if anyone wants to pull any of those items to ask questions, you can. Otherwise, we can pass both with a quick vote. Does anyone need to pull anything from the consent agenda?
With no objections, Edwards moves to approve the consent agenda.
Thomas seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, got that done. Thank you. All right, next up, we have our presentations, and top of the list is a presentation of a capstone project from a youth volunteer at the animal shelter. All right, is that you, Everly? All right, come on up. We're excited to hear what you got.
A lovely visual that I will help hold for everybody.
Cool. Whoa, that looks awesome. Do you think our online folks can hear? Do you
Yeah, we
think,
can see if it's picking up. It's definitely picking up the video.
okay, great. Mayor, will you let us know if you can hear them okay?
You bet. It's a little harder to see.
Okay,
Hi, my name is Everly. I am 10 years old and I'm homeschooled. I've been volunteering at the Lake County Animal Shelter since August 2024. And yeah, I'm going to be doing some of the things I do at the animal shelter, like my volunteering experience and what I've learned and all my highlights. I wash dishes, I wash and fold laundry. I mop floors, it's actually really fun. I clean litter pans, I prepare food for the cats and dogs. I make enrichment toys for the dogs. I walk the dogs. I help with vaccinations for the cats and dogs. I I weighed the animals while helping them. I helped with pet intake and surrendering the animals. I helped with training the puppies and dogs. I made adoption posters, hanging posters all over town. I fostered a pregnant cat. I made a trivia game for the open house at the animal shelter. And I helped with photo shoots for like Christmas and Halloween and playing and snuggling with all the animals, especially the kittens. Now I'll tell you what I've learned. I learned how to reel a cat, like super cute. They're like a little baby. How to get vaccinations, how to take care of little kittens and like little puppies, and how to take care of, like, you know, all the animals. How to properly sanitize, so like washing your hands when you get there and before you feed dogs, and how to mop floors, how to tell people in the community about the animal shelter and all the animals there, starting hanging up posters. How to make enrichment toys for the dogs, because you need to like give them all the stuff they can chew on so they don't chew on their blankets and get very energized. And that I really love working with all the animals and learning technology and stuff. And now I'm gonna tell you my highlights. I love feeding the dogs, like they jump up and get like super happy and adorable. I love playing with all the fluffy kittens in the spring, because it's kitten season all around here, but kitten season is spring. I like giving extra love to the kittens, the dogs that have been there for a while. Oh, we don't have dogs yet. Like Teresa and Coco, sorry, but they all luckily got home. And I fostered a pregnant cat, and she gave birth to 4 kittens on my bed. It was very cool and fun to see it. And when they're wobbling around, I'm opening their eyes, and just seeing all the animals like go to their homes and be happy there. Yeah. Any questions?
Well, I've got one. I think the city of Leadville is very lucky to have you as a volunteer. Are you going to keep volunteering?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
What advice would you give anyone interested in starting to volunteer at the animal shelter?
I would say it's a very cool experience, and there's a lot of fun things to do there. And just definitely try it.
How many hours did you volunteer?
I mean, what?
Hours did you volunteer just generally in a week? Or a month?
Well, I go once a week, for like an hour or so.
Okay. Super, thank you.
Any more questions?
I have a question. Where are we gonna display that? Can we display that do we have room at the animal shelter or here at City Hall?
After her May presentation, we're gonna put it in the lobby. We're just here. That'd be cute.
Yeah.
Frank, thank you.
Good, good.
That'd be big, right?
Yeah, thanks not only for all the hard work and love you're giving the animals, but for this great presentation and just being involved in our community. It's so awesome. Yeah, good, good. Work can be fun, right? Yeah.
Food unlocking was fun.
Yeah, and thanks, Caitlin. Thanks for supporting this. Yeah, cool. All right. Bravo. Yeah. Well, Christy, tough act to follow. So we now have a presentation, item 7B. Yeah, item 7B from the Chafee Housing Trust.
Hello, council. Thanks so much for having me today. My name is Christy Galarza. I've been working on housing here in the community for about 5 years. Recently took a little break and have come back to be on staff for Chafee Housing Trust. Congratulations, some of you new council members, and thank you for being willing to take that role. It's really important to our community. Wanted to take a little time to update some of the old council members as well as educate some of the new council members on what it is that Chaffey Housing Trust does. We are an affordable housing developer that operates both in Chaffey County and in Lake County. We are working on updating our name, so it will be Chaffey County and it will be more Lake County friendly. And so today's presentation, I wanted to just give you an overview of what we're doing, as well as an update on the Laura development, and give you some exciting updates. If you could go to the next slide and the one after that. Great. So wanted to let you know that Chaffey Housing Trust has been around since 2008, and we follow all of the regulations that nonprofits have to follow, right? We file our 990, we have audits, all of those things. We expanded into Lake County in 2018. And our first development in Lake County is the one in the rail yards that we call the Laura development. We can go to the next slide, please. Oh, I also wanted to mention that our executive director is online, Reed McCullough. He had to do dual duty today. He had to make a presentation for Salida City Council earlier, so that's why he's online. But he's here to answer any questions you guys might have. In addition to building affordable housing, we provide financial literacy and homebuyer readiness programming. So a lot of our low income and moderate income community members don't see themselves as home buyers and don't know how to navigate the complex mortgage process. And so when we found that out in our first development, that it's not like the build a dream situation. If you build it, they will come. That's not how it works. You have to hold people's hands from the very beginning. So we have a fantastic HUD certified housing counselor. Her name is Claudia. She's bilingual in English and Spanish, and she helps clients from everything from figuring out how to pull their credit, creating an action plan, applying for a mortgage, all the way through the mortgage process, and even support thereafter so they can be financially prepared to be homeowners for a long time. We serve about 130 clients every year through that process. So far, we have built 42 homes. We've also preserved 80 homes in 2 manufactured home parks, one in Poncha Springs and one in Johnson Village. I had to think about it for a second. So that's a new line of business for us. It just kind of came up that those manufactured home parks were going to be sold on the open market. And we were approached to see if we could preserve those. And we were able to, which I think shows how dynamic the organization can be. Because as you guys know, manufactured home parks is often where a lot of the naturally occurring affordable housing is, but they can also be predatory with the owners continually raising the lot rent, and it can get really inexpensive and maintenance can go down and stuff like that. So right now we are doing infrastructure maintenance on those, as well as some other really exciting stuff. We currently have 32 homes in production, 12 in the rail yard development, 14 in Buena Vista at a development called BV Crossing, and 9 that we haven't broke ground on yet in Salida called Two Rivers Phase 2. I'm ready for the next slide. So we build our housing typically through modular construction because it's a little more affordable. And we use a quite complicated capital stack is what it's called in the industry. So various different funding mechanisms to bring that price down from what it would be sold on the market to what is affordable to the community. We get funds from the Division of Housing, as well as some other grantors. Some of them are larger and some of them are smaller. I already talked to you guys about the Homebuyer Readiness Program, but how we make sure that those homes are affordable to the community for perpetuity is through something called a ground lease. So we maintain ownership of the underlying ground and the people are just buying the homes. And they lease the ground from us on a 99-year lease, and they pay payments every month. And the payment on that is really nominal, it's pretty small, but it plays this really helpful role in that if they get behind on, if they're struggling financially, what are they gonna get paying? Their mortgage payment or their ground lease? Likely their ground lease, and that can be like a red flag for us to reach out to them and say, hey, you okay? Do you need some help? And because of situations like that, community land trust models are significantly less likely to go to foreclosure than other affordable housing projects. And actually that's how going to foreclosure is how you can lose deed restrictions through that mechanism. But we maintain money so that if someone were to go to foreclosure, we would hopefully be able to purchase that unit back from them and sell it on to the next person. So we're in it for the long haul, right? It's not just like, we'll build it, you guys manage it or anything like that. No, we're gonna be working on this for a long time. I'm ready for the next slide, please. Wanted to give you an update on our rail yard development. I'm sure you guys have seen it sitting there. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of progress for a while. We are excited to let you know that the interiors are nearly completed. We don't want to give you an update on when we think it's going to be completed because we've hit some unexpected roadblocks, but a few things are wrapping up this week, which I think hopefully we'll see some progress again soon. There's 12 units there. They're going to be for between 80 and 100% area median income. We use that term AMI quite a bit. There's 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms, 4 units of each. And I'm excited to let you know that we just got another grant from something called the Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka to bring down the prices even more than they were before. It was a super difficult grant to get, and we're very excited for that. So new pricing information coming out shortly on that. I'm ready for the next slide. We work really closely with all the partners who are working in housing in Lake County. We work with the Leadville Lake County Regional Housing Authority. We work with the County Housing Department, Lake County Build a Generations Housing Coalition, C4 and advocates. We all get together quite a bit to talk about things. In fact, I'm going to be reaching out to Becky Longberg and Cipriano tomorrow because there's an exciting bill, I don't know if you guys have seen, that just got, it's just being talked about. It's called House Bill 36. And it is the potential that the state might pass the ability for cities and counties to ask voters if you want to implement a vacancy tax or fee, which is something we have been talking about in our community for quite a while. So more to come on that. We'll get together and give you guys some recommendations on if you want to support that, what that support could look like. We went to the Regional Housing Authority a while ago to ask for some support, financial support in our work because our grants from the Division of Housing do require a local match from the city and county. And we thought since you all are already funding the Regional Housing Authority, that made a lot of sense. When we presented that to them, they said that made a lot of sense to them too. So we will not be coming directly to you guys for funding in the future. Near future, we'll continue going to the Regional Housing Authority. And I think we can go to the last slide. And I just want to let you guys know, please feel free to reach out to me by phone, text, email, or read as well. Happy to talk to you about JP Housing Trust stuff, housing in general, any of the things. I'd love to be available to you all. Any questions about what we're doing or housing in general?
Have any of the 12 units at the rail yard been sold?
They're not sold, so we don't have COs yet, so we can't go under certificates of occupancy. so we can't go under contract yet.
Okay,
But we have people in the pipeline,
okay, good.
but we need more people in the pipeline. So if you know folks, we do have a requirement that people need to have lived or worked here for a year. But think about your like favorite hairdresser. Think about people who work at Safeway, who deliver your mail, who work at the school, the hospital. Those are people who are falling within the range of what can qualify.
So it's people who've lived or worked here for a year.
For a year.
Okay.
We do have that requirement, yeah,
Christie, are all of your properties land lease properties?
they are.
Does that make it more difficult to obtain a mortgage? I know in a traditional
Correct.
financing it would.
Yeah, so we have 3 lenders that work with us right now. Because not all lenders will lend to us. So we can get funds from USDA, we can get funds from High Country Bank, and we just entered into agreement with Colorado Housing Finance Authority because we got some funds from them to be able to access some of their lenders too. So they can't just like go into any bank and get funding, but
Right,
we have options for them.
okay. And those
And
options
the
are-
interest rates are lower than market rate.
Gotcha. And those agreements are long-term agreements so that these deed restrictions can stay in place?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Christie, can you speak to how many qual it's about you have
For
for the
the
12 unit?
rail yard,
Rail yard units?
I don't know that for sure, but I can ask Flavia and circle back to you guys by email.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but we need more people, so
Okay.
please encourage people to apply. I think a lot of times when I'm talking to people, they just automatically say, well, I'm never gonna be able to buy a home, this isn't for me. And those are the folks I wanna talk to. Let me connect me to them and I'll take them out for coffee and I'll explain to them how this is a different situation. And also sometimes people get a little afraid of like deed restriction and also land trust model. And so another talking point that I'd like for you guys to have is consider this as a stepping stone, right? Like they can't reach market rate right now, no matter how hard they jump. They're not gonna do it. But a lot of folks who start with us end up moving on to the open market because they are able to build appreciation with us. Not full appreciation, but some appreciation.
Thank you. Any?
Just one other comment on
Yeah.
the vacancy tax bill. We are a member of the Colorado Association of Ski Towns, and they have engaged lobbyists this year as part of their legislative agenda. And that bill is part of the agenda. And so we participating in the Colorado Association of Ski Towns will be, that's how we can participate. Christie, I've seen a draft of the bill and I didn't have time to digest the whole thing. I think one of the issues that we talked about before was the ability for a statutory city to do such a tax. Is that something this bill is intended to address and give us the permission to do that?
Yeah, so if it passes legislation, then any municipality or county can send it to the voters.
Right.
So if it were to pass and then you guys decided to put it on the ballot, we'd be in a same situation as we were in 2A, where then we would look to a partner such as the Housing Coalition to do an education campaign to hopefully get that passed and create another funding mechanism for housing.
Great.
Important update on it, they pulled out short-term rentals. So short-term rentals wouldn't be under it as vacancy. It would just be, they couldn't get it. They couldn't get enough
So
people to
just-
sign on. Yeah. So the way it stands right now is it would only be second homes that are not short-term rental. Because there's a new like work group in the state who advocate for short-term rentals.
Councilmember Clark, Mayor Green has something to say.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, no, I was just gonna add that, Colorado Municipal League is also aware of this potential bill, and the Policy Advisory Committee is paying attention to it. So I'll let you guys know when that turns into an opinion from CML.
And I just want to thank Lori for letting me attend the CAST meetings way back in the day. We were the ones who took this idea to CAST. This idea came out of the Lake County Housing Coalition. It is something we see as a big hindrance to affordable housing in our community. So thank you, Lori. We took it to them and they just like ran with it. And now,
Well, I want to thank Ms. Galarza, because the issue is we could have a representative on that task force, and we did not have anyone who had the time to do that. And it was something that she was very interested in. So we went to CAST and asked them for permission to have a non-city staff member attend on our behalf. And so we had special permission for Ms. Galarza to attend. And I know that Cipriano has also attended on our behalf as the city to advocate for things that are beneficial for us locally here. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions from Ms. Galarza?
Thank you. Thank you.
Reed's on there too. If you haven't met Reed, there's his face.
Thanks, Reed.
He'll be up here tomorrow. So if anybody wants to meet with him, let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you
for being
much,
here
everybody.
tonight. All right. Next presentation, item 7C. I'm gonna have to read the full paragraph here. So agenda item 7C is an announcement of the city's intent to apply for United States Environmental Protection Agency EPA Brownfields Cleanup Grant. The city of Leadville is applying for an EPA Brownfields Cleanup Grant to remove asbestos in the community center, formerly the convention center at 117 West 10th Street. Information, including the draft grant application and the draft analysis of brownfield cleanup alternatives, ABCA, can be found on the city's website for public review. Public comments may be shared during this agenda item or via email to lauren.barrett@gmail.com until January 26th, 2026. And with that.
Yeah, there's a couple of handouts that we need to hand out, and they're, do you want to make sure the sign-in sheet?
Yeah, I have it right here. Whoever thoughtfully placed it right in front of me. I'm gonna pass this around. I just need all of the council members and staff. And then anyone here who is wanting to make public comment about the EPA grant to sign this. It's just a requirement of our application with the EPA. So I'll pass that around. And then also for you all and for anyone else here, if you want to see our draft application and then our draft ABCA, which is the alternatives to the cleanup, basically. That plan is also printed here, which is also a requirement of our public comment to apply for the grant. So I'll start by just passing this around. Anyone in the room who would like to sign it, feels they might have questions or comments about this grant, please sign it.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've got a question. So I already wrote a letter of support. So
Yes.
do I need to sign this?
Yes, it's
Thank
just
you.
that you were here.
Just, you
That
want
you
really
heard me-
everybody to sign it.
Yes, it's not really a signature, it's a roll, like who is
In
here?
attendance.
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 Thank you.
So we're all gonna sign it.
Yes, and then a
And-
copy of that will be in the application and we'll scan it.
Okay, so by signing it, it doesn't mean that I have to do another letter or that.
It's not like, yeah, signature maybe wasn't the right thing, just it's an attendance, like a roll call, so that they know that I presented to city council and you all wrote that you were here.
Okay.
Lauren, is there a way for me to sign that virtually?
We can have someone sign it for you virtually, and
I think maybe you could delegate to the mayor pro tem to sign on your behalf.
Yes. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
as I'm going, and if there's questions that come up, Ally's gonna be taking notes and as she is generally, but we do need to document any questions that might cause me to make some edits to the application. So just as a reminder, we'll be keeping track of those. EPA grants are very particular.
Do you want me to survey and see if any members of the public want?
Sure.
Okay. So for everyone in chambers, would anyone here like to make comment on the EPA grant? Please raise your hand. Seeing none. Anybody online, would you like to make a comment or question about the EPA grant application? Please raise your hand online. Seeing none?
This will be then relatively quick.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead to the next slide. So the purpose of coming before city council, as I mentioned, this is a requirement for applying for an EPA grant. You have to go to your elected officials or host a public meeting to present what you're going to do with the EPA. And so the purpose of the meeting is for me to tell you about the application that we wrote, that we're going to submit next week, and then gather any input and then take that input and put it into the application so it represents our community. Go ahead to the next slide. So the site that we're talking about for this grant is the community center. Everyone, I imagine, is familiar with this building. There's a couple of pictures there. The city bought this building in September of 2023. It was built in 1968 when it was first a middle school, and it was very common to use asbestos during construction of all kinds of things during that time. That's still in place. So pipe insulation, tile, some of the carpet adhesive, some of the roofing adhesive has asbestos. And we want to remediate it. So after it was a school, it was moved over to the National Mining Museum. They took over it and ran it like a convention. For some of you who've been here a long time, I remember that. Lots of community events were held there during that time, basically like the 90s or 2000s. And then in 2018, PB Brewing purchased it to expand their brewery, but that never really came to be, and they closed. They never really turned it into a brewing facility. And then we purchased it in 2023. In 2024, we did a professional analysis, an environmental analysis to figure out how much contaminated material was in the building. We pretty much just found asbestos. And that's what this grant is for, to remove the asbestos in the building. Okay, next. So a brown field is any property that has been complicated by some kind of contamination, whether that's real or perceived. And the United States Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, they oversee the grant process to clean up these grants. So the EPA and then also the states have brownfields grants. So we have two, there's the APCA is like, the point is we want to put forth the alternatives. We can either remediate the asbestos, meaning we take all of it out and we move it to another place. You can encapsulate it, which means you hide it away, and you can do that with certain kinds of asbestos and it's not dangerous, or you can do nothing. And so we are proposing in our grant that the best thing to do is to take it and move it away from the building, because when you keep it up hidden, you have to have a plan in place about how you aren't going to contaminate the public. So it does create like a plan that you have to uphold over time, and that's like more operation and upkeep. And so we are putting forth that the best plan is to remove all the asbestos. Next slide. Oh, I got ahead of myself. So no action, do nothing, encapsulate, that means putting it and hiding it. That's a cheaper option for sure. But we're going for grant money, so why go for less if you can go for the better option, which is to fully remove it altogether, and then you don't have to constantly think about whether your building has asbestos or other contaminants. Cost is very high, but we would cover the full cost with this grant if it were to be won. Next slide. So the cleanup plan is to abate, meaning remove all the asbestos from the building, dispose of it, and you would then obtain a full clearance from the state. Like it's clean, it's good, ready to go. So that's from CDPHE. The plan to reuse it is to renovate the building into a community center. You'll be hearing, well, you've probably read the material. You'll be hearing more about the design and operations plan. That's also part of today's meeting pending. So that's the plan, to reuse it and turn it into a space that their community can use all the time. But it has to be safe for them to be inside of it. Next slide. I think that's the last one. Yeah. If anyone wants to, I guess no one in the room wanted to view it. You all had a copy of it, so you had a chance to review it. Are there any questions about the grant or the alternatives.
What is the grant match?
There's no match.
I'm curious. It sounds like it's a very competitive grant.
Yes.
So if we don't get this grant, are there other options? Are there alternatives?
Yes. So there is an EPA, in other words, federal level brownfields organization, and they give out much bigger grants with much bigger money, but it's super competitive.
Okay.
And then each state or region, so we are part of Region 8, also has a brownfields program. But their grants are pretty easy to get, but they max out at about $250,000. We wanted to go for the bigger money that would cover the whole thing plus some. That could even help us with some of the stuff that we needed to replace anyways, like the roof. If we don't win that, then we'll go back to the state fund and look for ways to sort of fill that in, or maybe we'll decide, okay, is there some parts of it that we can encapsulate because that's cheaper and remediate certain parts. So we would try to work with a smaller budget if that's the case. The team that oversees that, so CEPAT at the state level, they are writing a letter of support for our application. So they're very familiar. They've already read everything you've read plus some and are helping me edit it. So in the case that all of the work for writing an EPA grant like doesn't result in a grant, we can reuse that all to go for the state funds. It'll just be a smaller amount. And so we figured you might as well go big and then scale back if we have to. Yeah.
When will we hear if it's successful?
I think early summer. Yeah, which timing wise is good in that we are going through this design and planning operations that you're about to hear a lot about. That will kind of come to an end around May. So we'll be hearing like what is the final like cost, design, renovation, like what would it cost to even move this forward into a community center? And if depending on how the city council feels, the public feels about that option, we would then be kind of hearing about that grant around that time. So we're not going to be, in other words, doing anything with the building anyways while we're studying the cost of the renovation. Another thing to consider is even if we don't turn this into a community center, if you win grant money to clean asbestos out of a building, that's always a good idea. Like if this community center decides to be sold off for something else, it is now a much cleaner and higher, like it's worth more, in other words. So if you can get grant money in to clean up a building and then you end up selling it off, like it's been a lot of work. So like besides the loss, the sunk cost of my time, it is, a lot, it benefits the building to clean it up.
So there are no limits to the use of the building once the grant is funded and done.
Yeah, they hope that you use it for what you wrote it for, but they don't hold you to that.
Okay.
You have to move through all of the processes of cleaning it up the way that you said.
Right.
But then the grant is like,
At the end of the
Reported
use
in
the
the-
grant is
yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Any other questions?
Do you need anything else from us to help support the grant application? Do you have all the letters of support that you need?
So many letters of support. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Yes. Which doesn't necessarily make it like get more points when they're scoring it, but in the section where it's like community engagement, listing off all the people who like those letters of support and then having the appendix. I mean, it's like going to be like 17 pages of letters. So it'll be good. Yeah. I mean, it's just really competitive to compete against the entire United States. Every city ever. That ever was.
Maybe we have a special place in the EPA's heart.
Yes, maybe they want to come back. They miss it. So yeah, it's just a requirement for me to come before you and present the information. And then all of this will be part of the application, including your sign-in sheet. And if there were any edits you wanted to make to the narrative that you felt like weren't appropriate or you had comments, I would need to then address them. But if there are none, we can move on.
Well, thanks for all your hard work on this, Lauren, and we'll be back to this topic later tonight. But for now, any last things or otherwise we'll move on.
If everybody signed the sign-in sheet, we need to get it back.
I'm walking it around.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you all.
And Steve, are you gonna make it, do you have a comment or question you'd like to make about it?
This project continues to be wanted by who actually benefited from the 600 and some odd $1,000 buy-in of that, since Mr. Labbe was in this chain prior to that city purchase.
Okay,
So there's a negative policy on this project.
okay, thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christie. All right, thanks, everybody. Are we good to wrap that up now?
Yeah, I
Excellent.
think we,
Okay,
checked the box.
excellent.
Thank you very much.
All right, so next up, we have agenda item 7B, presentation on the lifetime 2026 temporary use permits. Hi, Tamara.
Hi, everybody.
And Lori, just double checking, do we have all the department heads in the room that we're hoping to see? Because this is good information for the department heads to have as well.
That's a good point.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Well, not in the room, but they're,
Or,
virtually as well.
okay, cool. That's virtually great. Here we go. Hi,
Hi,
thanks for being here then.
good evening. Thanks for having me. Welcome new council members. Very excited coming 2026. Maybe it'll snow too. Okay. The new race dates. I'm just gonna dig right in. So I put this together basically to talk about 10 or 12 bullet points that will be true across all events. They're a recap of what we did last year that we will continue to build on, and then we'll do a quick breakdown of each event for any changes that you should be aware of to consider. Your event dates have shifted. We talked about that when we did the recap. So Down by Camper and Camp the same, that same weekend, June 11 to 14, June 19 to 21. Next slide, Kelly, sorry, thanks. Marathon is the same weekend, June 27th. Silver Rush weekend, you guys don't care about. Stage race, you don't necessarily need to care about it, obviously. But the 100s then have moved to August 15, 16 for the mountain bike, and August 22, 23. That's to accommodate Boom Days being the weekend before, to make sure that we're all in line with this.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? Do we have this electronically? It's not in the packet.
Yeah.
We didn't receive it in time to get it in the packet.
Okay. It's just hard to.
And I can send it to you. Or can we send it out to them?
Yes.
If
Do
we
you want
send
me
it
to eat on a CDM right now so you can see it on your?
That would help a lot, because I can't.
I got the, I apologize.
Good
Andrew was
call.
kind
Thank
enough to send me an email on Wednesday, but I was out of town with family. And I need to be interested. Apologies if you didn't receive it.
No problem. If we could just get it. on
Yeah,
the
usually
screen.
that monitor's working and we can look there.
Yeah, I was wondering, I know, I'm like, I can't see it. So. And it didn't, it's interesting, in my screen, it looks, the layout is perfect. So I just want to tell you that that does not look like, just to verify.
That's what I need. So Ally, is it coming to us in an email now, right now? Okay.
And I can just pause, because the next piece, and I'll just start to talk about it, but the next piece I'm gonna talk about, quick recap, like there's some things that we put a lot of energy into at First Six that we're going to continue to do. And you're gonna see those as the next slide, if you can show it up there, Ally, when you're, but I don't want to look away from what you're doing, so. The considerations, we will continue forward and continue to build on them. So we'll talk through each of these real quick. Leadville local ambassadors, that was a super big win, I think, in a lot of ways. We'll continue to see them. They've been a part of each event, not just the 100. So we had them there from, not necessarily the camps, but everything else. So Marathon, Silver Rush, kind of use that as testing ground. You'll continue to see them. Their role is present. They spent so many hours, long before we got to events, but then boots on the ground during the week, speaking to folks who are close in proximity to where the event start and finishes. They'll be there during the events to help engage with conversation between our folks. You can go to the next slide when you're ready. Present and then interacting with athletes, crews, and residents. So making sure that we've got somebody there to really help manage those interactions. And where we have like Double Cade, for example, to create separation between private residents and property owner, or the event and the property owners, they'll be there kind of helping manage those types of scenes. They're there early in the week to check in and see what they can do. Can we offer help around parking, around different things, and to make sure that your areas are protected as best as possible as the events show up. So we'll continue to see that. We'll continue to just grow that and what that team is doing. That team also helped us that we have the next piece on there is the incident contact team and the log. So we have begun a dedicated kind of incident, dedicated phone line. So that is available throughout the week of each event. And it's honestly available even not during those weeks, but logging all of those components, as you'll recall, it's something like 15 calls throughout the season last year. And the bulk of them were not actually direct considerations. There was a few parking things that we were able to help mediate. That will continue. We'll continue to have dedicated phone line. That will continue to go out and be available to all residents and to all businesses. It's included in all the materials. So one of the things that we'll talk about a brief minute here is the business engagement component, but that will be in that package. So all the businesses as well as the residents in those close proximities have those, but it's also that phone number is out. If I'm talking too fast, let me know. I'm trying to cram it into the 10 minutes and be respectful of your time. But we'll make sure that that number is not only handed out, but it's on website, it's on everything from we can think of, from social media to podcasts to anything that we're doing. We will be giving that number. So we're getting hopefully most of the traffic to us instead of to you, where we can help with that. Again, we'll maintain that log and then we'll share those results to make sure that we're all able to track what are we seeing and what are things we want to continue to address. We didn't see anything, as you'll recall, that really stood out above and beyond what we already are working on. And really a lot of that had to do with, there's maybe one or two parking things, but those were, one of them was out in the state racing in the county. It wasn't even in the city. So a lot of those pieces, as we recall, were not directly in the city, but we'll continue to work with that. We had one human who talked about the helicopter, again, it was in the county. And that person called us a few times because they were concerned that the helicopter was flying backwards and a few other things. So we had some good conversation about the helicopters can do that. So those pieces will continue. We'll continue to grow them. We'll continue to put a lot of focus and intent around those pieces. We'll continue with the signage and barricades. So signage ranging from eat, drink, shop local. So all that kind of stuff around Expo, trying to direct people back into town and back to other locations. Those have QR codes that also go into our full kind of, we have a Let the Local tab on the website now to direct folks to different categories of retail, food, lodging, all those different things. And we tried to capture everybody we could. We'll continue to sign all those kinds of things, barricade, and we'll continue to sign, bathrooms, where the bathrooms are, all those kinds of things. So just signage is that kind of area. I put in the permits around no parking. So if there's any place that you all as council members are like, hey, we saw a parking issue here, can we please make sure that we're protecting this area? I'd love to get that input from you. We did allow residents to use no parking signs. I'm not sure if that's okay. They were not in public right of way. They were within our event locations in that area. So if we have a piece there that we need to figure out, I'd love to hear that component, but that was something that we made available just to try to figure out how do we take care of folks so they can get in and out of their space. They're not having people park where they shouldn't be parking, particularly in those key areas along 6th Street, east and west on both sides. Again, barricade in that signage place. I have in this as well. Next slide. I think we're a couple. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask, sorry, specific to the barricade and the signage, the businesses that are on East 6th Street, specifically the restaurant or the restaurant.
Most.
Yes, that it was blocked and it was not, that any issues around that were not met with kindness is what I understand.
We work closely with them. I didn't hear that, so that's news to me. We work closely with them. We have a gate in our arcade so that we can actually send business. And then we also do a lot of our staff and volunteer food with them. So we send business directly to them for those events. So we work pretty closely with them. I'm happy to check into it further. That's not been what I have experienced.
Okay.
So I'd love to hear more about it and make sure we understand. And was it actually Moe's or was it in, like I've talked pretty closely with those guys and with Charlie next door, like all the folks there to just.
The welder? Yes.
Yeah. So we talk every year and he's generally speaking very, very favorable for what we're doing.
I hear something different, the frustration around not being able to have business operations during the 100.
From Charlie or?
From the welder and the restaurant, the businesses there.
I'd love to investigate that with you. That is definitely not what we're doing. Again, we're sending them $3,000 or $4,000 worth of business in addition to try to compensate. So we have a large conversation. We talk about, do you guys have a band? Are we going to have a band? And making sure that we're sharing conversation there. So that's news and different than I've understood.
Okay.
Yes.
My sense is that the race series went off pretty successfully last year with bringing on the ambassadors. I think that was well received. They were very effective. Additional toilets along the avenue, the boulevard. Thank you. So as you're going through these considerations, could you highlight any changes you're making from last year? Because again, I think last year was pretty good.
We're gonna do all those same things.
All the same things. Okay.
I have toilets at the very end under Q and A, so if we want to spend 30 minutes talking about toilets, we can. That's generally a very fun topic that we have. But no, we're gonna do everything the same. So you'll see the barricade. So one of the things that will be different, for example, getting into the barricade for a second on the 100s. We learned a lot. I think we extended, Chief and I discussed this a little bit. We extended the barricade a bit further past Pine to just really address where we're seeing people bunching up. We're gonna extend the double barricade a little bit further past Lily Apartments in that area, just to make sure that we've got a walkway and we've got protection, but that went off really well. We just want to extend it a little bit, and I believe Chief, we're on the same page with that in terms of where it needs to get to, going maybe 3 panels further on Pine, past Pine. And that seems to go really well, so we'll continue with that, and we'll continue, the only thing that'll be different is we'll increase it and make more of it, so that we can ensure that there's a walkway and there's signage there that sort of tells people to go through the walkway. We're spectating, and our ambassadors were amazing at trying to keep everybody. We've already laughed about this once because they kicked Lori off of a step too. And it was intentional. It was more fun than anything else, I think. So, but super successful in that, I think. So that's something that will stay, but also change and grow a little bit.
Okay.
No helicopter, we're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay that course. That will not ever change. Sound. We really focused on sound a lot, so you'll continue to see this. We'll mirror exactly what happened. I think we had a very positive response from everybody last year. So I put in the decibel levels. We really worked at, and we took some pictures to make sure, you know, even in town on 6th Street, that we were below 65 decibels during the, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then even quieter and much quieter at nighttime. So we'll continue to do that and continue to monitor and check in with everybody and make sure, is this right? I had some good conversations with a few folks. Is this right? Yeah, this is good level. Wait, we want some songs. So they started requesting songs. So then it changed. But anyway, we'll continue to monitor that really closely, both at the football field and, on 6th Street, on East and West 6th Street, everywhere that we are doing anything with sound, whether it's music or emceeing. Toilets, continue to monitor and increase as needed. Obviously, I've already added more to a few locations. I think we had a pretty good win around the toilet situation this year. I still want to see a few more potentially on 6th Street, and we're just trying to figure out who's okay with us putting them in their area. Like, that's part of our dilemma there. But the 6th Street component is really about when we get into the bulk of that sort of Sunday morning on the run and a little bit later in the day on mountain bike, and just making sure that we've got places for people to be. Being a human. This will be the motto for 26. We'll continue to push this hard. This gets into parking, it gets into all the things from website, social media. We'll launch it through those areas, from parking, trash. We're going to do dedicated feed zones, just another thing where there's going to be signage at the aid stations now that just says feed starting here, ending here, just be continuing to try to grow education with our folks that they shouldn't be eating and tossing stuff outside of that area. So just one more added piece. We will continue with everything around that in terms of, our cleanups after and all those pieces. But the big human piece, it's sort of, we're even thinking about bracelets that say that, that have like our wristbands that say big and human, and then they have their medical information for our bigger events to just keep them safe. But just continuing to send on that message. So everything we do is sort of centered around, here's how we take care of Leadville, and here's what's important to Leadville in terms of how we do that, and here's how you show up and do that. So we'll continue on that. Let's move into the events. Unless there's any questions there with the, yes, ma'am.
I do. I wanted to talk about parking on Pine Street during both hundreds between West 7th and West 8th. It narrows and people were parking on both sides, Chief, and it becomes extremely dangerous to live there, to even walk. So I'd like to make sure that we are not allowing parking on both sides of Pine, West 8, West 7.
Okay.
We can handle that.
Okay.
Super. Thank
Is
you.
that, I guess, do we have, I guess I'll get with you to figure out how we're gonna do it. We'll do it.
Yeah.
I mean, good information, Jim, you know, or.
Well, it's, our streets, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes,
Regina?
we're gonna have to purchase more signs. We're at our max right now with what's being put out.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to build more stands, which is time consuming, fairly expensive, but the signs themselves, with no parking, all that kind of stuff is gonna be an expense that we're gonna have to go through to get those extra blocks that, and I know what you're talking, from Main Street all the way to First Street, which we already, trying to block off, but it's even worse on those narrow spots.
How does that work in the not event sign?
There's no parking on the, of West Pine between 8th and 7th on the downside, there's no parking.
Okay.
But those signs become invisible during the race series. So I would propose that the race series help compensate us for those extra signs because this is the issue during the race series.
Well, I wonder, and it can't be just then, I'm sure that's true of ski jury and other events, big events too. We have 25,000 people in town. But I wonder if, like for us, I think one thing we can do, and I don't know if this is helpful, we can certainly think about adding some signage down there that we already have and some, like, do you want, like, nobody's supposed to park there ever?
It's already a no parking.
What changes, why do the signs become invisible during?
They're
race
high.
series?
They're high and people park in front of them because on the vehicles, and then people just,
And they think, I'm only gonna be here for 5 minutes.
So the signs are there, but
there's only a couple of those spots there, which is just, one side of the street is no parking, the other side is residential parking.
Hmm.
So when there's cars parking on both sides, it's literally like one lane in through there.
okay.
Why don't we, I mean,
Lori,
I'm happy to figure
Pardon me one sec, Tamara. Lori, how do you think we should handle some of these, should we get a list of concerns and trust that the staff and Tamara will figure them out, or should we?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the point of this discussion. So I
Okay.
was gonna mention that it's important for you all to ask your questions and raise your concerns tonight, because we will hopefully have the TUPs before you for approval at your next regular council meeting. So I think raising these issues, and then we'll hopefully try to figure out as best we can a solution by the time they come before you. Or you can also make your approvals of those TUPs contingent on certain things. So even if, like, contingent on figuring out a solution, we may not have to have the exact solution, but contingent on figuring out a solution for that particular street.
Chief, what is your thought on that too? I'm curious.
Well, we do write parking tickets when they violate when we can get somebody over there. But, on the
No, we just tell people, we just tell a couple people.
we told, yeah, we have told.
It's hard to tow though, once both sides are parked. Like that Pine Street, it's dangerous to walk it because it's such a tight.
Well, and I think whether or not it was you, Councilmember Grant, somebody has raised this issue previously.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, so I think it's something that we can work on, and maybe, Tony, you and I can sit down and figure out what the cost of those signs are and figure out what that looks like, and then talk to the chief and figure out what, and I think the issue of enforcement is one thing, but if you ticket someone, it doesn't mean the car's gone. It means
Right.
the car still sits there with a ticket on it, and sometimes there are out-of-state folks who toss the ticket, so it's not really, a ticket is supposed to prevent behavior, but if they're from out of town and they're only coming back, it's not changing any current behavior, and it's not clearing the street. And towing, I think you're right, is if the cars are all back to back, maybe not possible for us to get them towed. So we can think about solutions.
Sure, I just am raising it because it,
Yeah,
as a
thanks,
resident.
thanks for bringing that up. Any other
I
questions?
was just gonna say, are we talking about just the race series, or are we talking about a bigger issue? Because I drove back into town during ski joring. You guys know where I live. I couldn't get through where we're talking about right now. So it seems like it's a little bit bigger problem than
just the race.
So
So-
you will get an opportunity to see the temporary use permit for ski touring as well. So you'll have an opportunity to give that feedback to that. So the impacts of special events are borne by the special events.
Right.
So if there's additional concerns about, I know we've had concerns about parking and other things regarding ski touring, those are most appropriately addressed to that event promoter, and then we can work with them however we can to help creatively solve those problems. So I think this one is, we're just talking, this gentleman's time. So, yeah, I mean, I think we can put those in our back pocket for the next event.
Which street?
West, it's Pine between 8th and 7th and 7th and 6th.
Gotcha, thanks. 1 sec, Steve. So, great, thanks. So that is on the radar. Do we have other topics?
Yes, the businesses on East 6th when they're being barricaded. That would be something else.
Businesses on East 6th, all right?
I'm not sure how to address that one, Shannon, Councilmember, just with, we have specifically had really good conversation with them, so I'm not quite sure, like, I'd like to explore what we're hoping
Sure.
to have as a.
Maybe an MOU that you, with those businesses that we see, just so that we know what them, because you're having conversations and then I hear this and I don't know what your conversation was. So I have to be a good listener.
Sure.
And those are ones we can understand the concern and try and
Yeah.
work with the promoter and figure out what a solution is. And maybe it's just checking in with those businesses and understanding if maybe you spoke to someone different than the person you talked to, and it's just connecting those.
Absolutely. But I think, yes, that would be one thing that comes to mind is to see what your agreement is, because your conversation is different than.
Yeah, mine specifically with the owners, so, you know, with Charlie and with.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so it's East 6th businesses. Any other questions at this time? Okay, do you have more to present?
I think basically with mountain biking on camp, nothing significant changing there. We've made our request for lead out on Saturday, June 12th with the chief. I think I've gone over these with you already, and you, I think, agreed to everything or said that it was appropriate. So nothing there, just sort of naming it. Expo, oh, that one got out of sync, it looks like to me. So Expo Business Support will continue to offer local businesses at no cost, et cetera. Leveraging events is something we started to do last year. That conversation went very well with about 50 different businesses showing up at 2 different times. So we've had success with that conversation. We'll continue to do that, which is really thinking about our bigger scope of how are we leveraging not just race days, but all events with our businesses to help them get footsteps in the door and dollars spent. So we'll continue to do that. Sorry, I got that one out of link there somehow, but the camps are, I think, good. Trail 100 Marathon, the specific requests are there, nothing different or new. It's all the same stuff. The one thing that we did put in, Chief, right, is closing half a block of Poplar on either side, just kind of in that. I put it down as 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. I expect that we'll be done much earlier and it can open back up, but it's just giving enough room that, so we see it, that big sort of gathering of humans at that intersection right there, and just for safety's sake. And I think it's a half a block so people can know to turn around and they can see the road closed signs there, or we can put the barricade up 2 times, it's not a problem.
Sorry, that's for what location?
Is the addition of marathons, so the normal stuff that we do, but when you're on East 6th and Poplar, going a half a block on Poplar on either side of 6th and just closing that, so that we don't have some of the potential for safety issues there between crews and racers not in the traffic. And we will have ambassadors in that intersection as well, which we did last year, but we'll be closing the street on Poplar on either side, and it's something we can do too, if that's easier for us to put a barricade there.
We could probably do that, but that's also gonna hinder those businesses even more.
Because they can't get around.
Then there's no access except through the alley. Or a sidewalk walking from a block away.
Yeah, we keep it open, we keep the sidewalks open and all of that open,
How
so we
many
can walk.
tourists are gonna walk and block?
What's that?
How many are gonna walk and block if they don't have?
Is that like a half a block even, right? Because it's just a half of that block to keep things safe.
For how long
Where
is
are they
the,
gonna park?
for how long are you
I was proposing from 5 AM to just that day, just during the race.
But for the entire day that day.
Ideally, I think it's safer that way. It should be done, like, the race itself, the cutoff is at 4 PM, so by 5 PM, you should be able to skip that.
So that would be a new thing this year. It'd be different. So will the follow-up there be between Andrew and department heads on if that is a request we can accommodate or not?
Yeah, so the whole point of having the presentation tonight and having the discussion is so department heads can be here and think about it and decide what's the best approach. So yes.
Okay.
So this is just close to cars.
Cars, that's it.
Yeah.
Everybody can get through. But it's just trying to keep that intersection. It's something that we chatted about a bit last year and just safety wise, so that it might make more sense safety wise to do that and then have the ambassadors really be a part of that intersection and as they will continue to be.
Was there an incident or concern that
Trying to avoid
happened to trigger that, or what inspired
It's just
that?
a lot of humans in that area.
Isn't that where the?
And that's where the runners-
The bypass goes through? Is there Poplar or is that?
They cross over, yeah, so the race goes right across.
Right. So.
The bypass.
Was it-
The detour?
The detail, thank you. Don't.
Not during the marathon. Not during the marathon. Like,
During the marathon, it was still abusive. Harrison?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't actually close Harrison except for 2 hours or asked to, except for
Understood,
2
that's what I
hours.
was thinking
But
about.
that's during the 100 mountain bike and not anything with the marathon.
It should be nice from a safety standpoint to be able to do that for that day.
All of these additions are gonna be on the new traffic control.
It's all in there and there's actually, and you'll see if you go to the next slide.
Ellen, can you email that to me?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, it's in,
I'm kind of lost on your picture there.
it's in the ops plan as well. So it is all in there. What's that? I'm
I
sorry.
haven't received one yet.
Okay. Okay, so this is actually demonstrating what we're talking about for the Poplar section and the 6th Street, which is the normal. Which is hard to see from that distance, I get it.
So was Poplar normally just closed at 6th Street then? Is that?
Poplar's hasn't been
It
closed.
hasn't been closed, got it.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
just,
so
we
you-
have been watching this year on year where there's a lot.
So you
of-
have cars driving across when runners are coming down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's dangerous.
That does not sound like.
Okay. Okay. 100 mountain bike and 10K. Next slide, please, Ally. Everything is the same here. The only request here that is different. So I'm not gonna get deep in this. You'll see that race day, the 5 AM to 7 AM, the racers will continue to handle that closure on Harrison. That is really a safety issue only to make sure that we just don't have that overlap of traffic and bikes and all those different variables. The race series handled that with collaboration with law enforcement last year. We would continue to do that. So that's not new. That's what we did last year and that was effective, I believe. Did you feel like it was effective, Chief?
Yep.
We'll continue to do exactly the same. So we'll continue to handle that. West 6 closure is the same as it has been, Friday 6 AM to Sunday 5 o'clock PM. East 6 closure, Thursday 6 AM to Friday, same. The one addition here and request is East 5th closure from Thursday 6 AM to Friday 10 PM. If you go to the next slide, Ally, it shows these here too, Tony, so you know, you can just see it clearly laid out. And it's also in when you get the ops plan, I made a plan just for city requests that has 2 days, or 2 pages, it's just about city requests. It has nothing to do with the rest of it, so it's all a little easier to see.
Yeah, they don't get lost through the county.
Exactly. So the East 5th closure is a requested ask and change. This will allow, again, to say if you were just seeing a ton of traffic and a ton of overlap on that 5th Street, but it also would mean, I think what we're shooting for is hopefully more local businesses having space in the expo. That just expands that a little bit and allows for more local business as well as that space to be safer. So that's the goal there. That's really the only change on mountain bike. Everything else will look very much the same. Things that will change that don't pertain to you are in the county. So we're going to make some changes to really tighten up management of the traffic out at Lost Canyon, the traffic at Twin Lakes. We are going to a lottery system, so they'll be predetermined on 10 spaces. So the way it will affect you is you won't hear comments about why is traffic so backed up. So we'll be doing some management of that, but that's more of a county issue than for you guys. Questions on the mountain bike, or I guess literally everything is pretty much mirroring exactly the same. And the piece that's really important here, and if you go to the next slide, Ally, I do have a slide in there you guys can see when you get a hold of it that shows highlighted what closures we're talking about, and then a box on there that lays it out and things to choose on to make it a little easier to just navigate. Our goal here is that we'll continue to ramp up the ambassador support around this event specifically because the bikes are faster than the runners. So just making sure we have lots of people there to help. And then, as we said, we will extend that gate a little further down the street past that Pine intersection to just help, because we're still seeing people kind of coming into that. Just want to keep everybody safe and make sure that your residents have a really clear protected walkway as well. Questions on any of that? The next slide is just there for your representation. This is kind of the parking that we've gone to that highlights where all the parking options are, and that we spend an enormous amount of energy making sure we're getting it into people's hands, whether it is through, again, website, emails, podcasts, social media, every angle we possibly can. And this for us falls under the be a good human, don't park where you're not supposed to. And I'm a big fan of, if we get people doing things they shouldn't and we can tag it to a bib, I will 100% DNF that human. We will also tow that human by doing some things that help just make that statement clear. We don't want to be unwelcoming. We want to be welcoming to these people and having them spend dollars in our county, but at the same time, there's an expectation of behavior. So that just gives you something to reference in terms of how that parking map has been set up. Yeah, Trail 100 run. I'm just going to bump to that so you can go down one more, two more. Ellie, next one. If we're good there. Run. Same. There's really nothing here that stands out that we're asking that's different. Again, it's just going to be a lot of us continuing to up our management of the humans and create really safe space between residents, private property owners, and the actual event itself. And got some specific requests in there to you, which I think we talked about. So maybe have police support on Sunday from 5 to 10. The things on the street side don't look any different, Tony, for the run. It's all the same, no different requests there. So same closure of East 6 for the Expo Day, all on the same thing. And again, this is highlighted in 2 pages in advance of everything else. So you'll see the application and the city specific requests right after that in TV.
Thanks, Tamara. So do folks have any other comments or questions in general?
Your remote parking map looks good. Are you gonna increase anything about the shuttles running from those to the race areas from last year? Or is that gonna remain the same? It really did make a noticeable difference on traffic congestion on the east side at least.
We will continue to use those, and we will continue to increase them as we're able to. The only thing we bump into is finding more shuttles, essentially between Chaffee, extending to Chaffee County to see if they'd like to play our fun game too. But now we're able to involve school districts and put a little bit of dollars in the school district's pocket by using those buses. And we also use the private outfitter. So we will continue to do that in a pretty high profile optics. You will see those buses running. They will be running from town or from, the goal with both those events, remember, is to get everybody out of town as soon as we can to Outward Bound and park there. And then we're moving people from Outward Bound across the rest of the race course. So our goal is, we don't want them out of town to not spend dollars, but if we can get the bulk of that traffic where people are going to want to crew and on shuttles, we're going to get them parked out there and then back in town and then parked in these areas that they're supposed to be in. So the shuttles will remain the same. You will see potential increase, but it doesn't affect the city so much as it does sort of the outlying areas.
Thank you. Andrew Cummins, are you online? There you are.
I am, yes.
Are there any discussion points you want to make sure we cover or info you need to get?
I think Ms. Jenlick did a great job covering everything. Me and Tamara have been working very closely together over the past few months on these TUPs, and I would just like to say I expect to be able to get these revised TUPs in front of you by the end of the week so that you can have them and review them at your leisure. And that does include all of the department heads in the room as well as city council. But at this time, I do not have anything else, unless you have any questions specifically.
The two things we'll make sure of, just so this is on your radar, it was asked. I sent an email to you, Andrew, so you have that connected to the expo staff to make sure that the vendors are all working through you on any vendor application that you have, which was an addition. So that piece, you should be connected there. I'm not sure if they saw a reply from you yet, but, and the other piece is media will work directly with you as well. So we'll do a media conversation, I'll probably city, and we want to do that soon, just to make sure that's covered off as well.
Okay, thank you for that reminder.
Let's go to Chip.
Clarification, so the application will be in your packet next Friday for the next city council meeting.
Okay. Great. Any other city staff have questions or things we want to work out here?
So I see the big one.
Okay.
Do we have a public comment section? Do we hold a public meeting around this?
We will on the when the TUP is before us.
So in the 2 weeks, there's a public.
Well, so, all right, so this is your regular council meeting, your next regular council meeting, because there's a work session in between. Your next regular council meeting, the temporary use permits will be on your agenda for approval. And while it is not like a public hearing as in a land use application where there's a required public hearing, as we've said, at the discretion of the mayor or the chair, the public can be allowed to comment on an agenda item.
Got it.
In between, we can certainly get emails and
Okay,
things like that.
good idea. Thank you.
I had one question. Tamara, several months ago, we had a joint work session, city and county, and it's probably the term of the TUP, but I remember that you on Lifetime offered a community impact donation.
Well, I forgot to name it. Yes, thank you. That is up and running. So we added a $5 registration. It was a $5 and it's opt-in, opt-out, so they got to choose, and people could also add in more. So currently, there's about $35,000 that is sitting in that community impact fee that will get designated to, and we're still waiting on a process to determine which organization, but it will be determined by, the steering committee reviewed it and talked about it, a month ago, maybe last month. I don't remember when that last one was.
What steering committee?
The EDC steering committee.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So that group did review it because that was the leadership in the community to start to get, and just that idea was give us some input on where do you think are places that these dollars should go. And currently, the hope, I would just say about that, my hope, we got that rolled out just as registrations went out. So we were not at the place where we could take that. I would love to, for next year, make sure that we identify a project locally that fits with the 3 pillars. So the 3 pillars are kids in movement, kids in nutrition, and environment. So things in those areas we can apply those dollars to. They have to fit because it goes through the Lifetime Foundation. So it has to fit with those pillars. But what I'd love to make sure we do before October of next year is identify the 2027 project. So it goes on the website, it goes on the registration platform, and everybody knows what they're contributing to. Currently, the Lifetime Foundation also has $50,000 set aside for 26 towards the football field for the high school. So in addition, on top of those $33,000. So that is an annual want to do. This would be an annual thing I continue to do, but I think it'll be great to kind of get the structure in place for next year so we can really get that out in front of people.
Do you have a sense what percentage of racers are opting in?
It was a large percentage.
I just want
But one of the things that's different about our events, so the Legacy Foundation also has, we have the Legacy Foundation on the registration platform too, because they've been the historic kind of foundation arm. So the Lifetime Foundation and the Legacy Foundation both have been there. So between both, so what you're seeing is that folks get to choose and or do both. So they can do that. And the number is probably in the 80 percentile in terms of who opted in and or put in a larger amount. We had a chunk of humans who are $200 or more as well. So they can opt into a larger donation. And all those dollars stay here. Whatever comes in through that platform will stay. What I want to do is really work at marketing that next year, so we know what the project is and people can understand what their dollars are going towards. And then we'll discuss, other elements of how the foundation can support that as well.
Is there an option to have Lifetime provide the impact fee for those racers that choose not to opt in?
They're putting in 50,000 towards the high school,
That's the
the
high
football
school.
field this year.
So that-
And then for 27, the question on the table is it a match? Is it, what is that? So that we can ensure that there is a consistent. It will never only be 35,000. Like the foundation has consistently over the course of the last 5 years that I've been involved, has done right around 70,000 a year in some kind of a project or another. So it will not, that will go away. It will just be a question of what are the projects that make sense and what are the ways that those dollars get spent.
And that money's also from racers, or is that from Lifetime?
It is money, it could have been raised anywhere within the foundation, so.
But the foundation and Lifetime are separate, right? The foundation is
Foundation
not
is an
part of
arm, it is an arm, but it is not the race series.
Yeah.
Right.
Does that make sense?
I think so.
Like, does Lifetime, the corporation, donate to the
But we're getting in the weeds now.
foundation?
Does Lifetime, the corporation, I don't know the answer to that,
Okay.
but I can ask. What I do know is there's a lot of donor base that is in the foundation.
Hmm.
The race series is separate from, not from Lifetime. The race series is owned by Lifetime, but is separate from the foundation.
Gotcha.
So these dollars are coming from the athletes. The foundation is still contributing dollars in addition.
Mhm.
If that helps paint it up at all. And what we have to look at annually is like, where do we want to put these dollars that fit within those pillars? And really think about it. And then if we know the target is a 70K target, I can say, hey, here's where part of that's coming from, and here's where the other part's potentially coming from. But I think there's ways for us to organize around that and to really think about it. And the first start is to think about what those projects are.
Yeah. Do you have other questions?
Now that I've taken way over my time.
Anybody else?
No questions on toilets, really?
I had to leave it in there. I thought
Yes, we got it. Go ahead.
The foundation is legacy.
No, there's two.
There's two, okay.
There's two. Legacy Foundation. So what you're gonna see is the Lifetime Foundation will, and has historically, will pick a larger project that they will contribute to. The Legacy Foundation is also accumulating dollars through many mechanisms of the race series separate, and that is the local arm that Ken and Mary Lee started. And they do smaller grants to multiple entities. So the other piece that the race series does, so the race series probably did itself through our contributions, just through events this past summer, about 85,000 to different organizations who run aid stations. So this is in addition to anything we've talked about. So for aid stations, for all kinds of sponsorships in different places, that we can also put those dollars back in. So there, a list a mile long of folks who are running aid stations that are getting some kind of a donation as well. So there's actually 3 different places that money's coming. Okay. Yep. Now I could go?
Thank what? Let's see, let's make room for one public comment on an item on the agenda.
Thank you. Two things. Without looking at the problem on Pine Street with those 7th and 8th Street parking things, after someone else considers it, I would just flying and see my guess. Perhaps each block should have 3 no parking signs there, middle of the block and end of the blocks, with that your vehicle will be towed, and we have a policy that anybody parks in those 2 spots, automatic towing. The other thing is with this East 6th Street thing, although at times the closure of that street complicates it, I don't think Mo should receive any type of protectionism as far as parking goes. In fact, Mo is encroaching, from my understanding, on the north end of their property, that church property. That should be addressed by the city. But since the welder deals with heavy material and things like that, I'd like to see a loading zone thing that goes in his entire frontage, and therefore would prohibit anybody else parking there. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to make public comment on the presentation? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Thank you.
Speaking out.
All right, thanks, Tamara.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
Questions?
Okay, next up, we have our department reports. Let's get one in and then we'll go for our 8 o'clock break. That works, unless anyone's urging for a break. Okay, so let's go with our administrator report first, please.
Great. So we've had a couple of very productive meetings regarding community emergency preparedness and response. So there have been 2 after action meetings regarding situations that have occurred in our community. The first one was regarding the bomb threats. The second was regarding the Floyd's fire and how communication came out to key people in the community about those incidents. And the short answer is the communication is going to be substantially improved. The new, if you haven't met her, Sarah Baird is the new E911 coordinator, and she's phenomenal, just phenomenal. We are insanely lucky that our community has gotten her. There were a number of things that dispatch is improving and working upon as a tiered information model of who gets text messages, who gets certain alerts. What was happening in the past is there would be a situation in the county and everybody would call the sheriff, and there would be a situation in the city and everybody would call the chief. That is absolutely a clog, and that should not happen. Nine times out of 10, that person needs to be responding to the issue. So our chief, fire chief, was responding to the Floyd's fire and didn't get the opportunity to communicate with me until the building was all clear. So that person should not be in the position of responsibility to contact all the key leaders in the community and let them know the status. So E9 dispatch is now taking on that role, and there's a tier of what information goes out to whom and at what levels of severity, and then information will flow downwards. So those were great meetings, so organized by the county, and just all of us were there, fire, PD, sheriff's office, for Floyd's fire was public health, and all making it clear what information we needed when and when it would have been helpful. If you haven't met the new OEM coordinator, Gary Commodi, he's also excellent. And so there's now an OEM coordinator who can stand up and basically the IOC, that be the point person for information, and have that person be the point person for information instead of all the people that are handling the incident. So we've had a pretty big gap in communication, huge gap on my end, receiving information about what's happening and not wanting to. Everybody cannot go to the scene and ask what's happening. That is that is not how it should operate. So these after action meetings are fantastic. I can't say enough good things about the new folks that are in our community that are going to facilitate communication and just improved communication around incidents and who knows what when. Speaking of communication, following up on the last meeting, staff had a meeting. So planning director, streets department director, myself had a meeting with the rail yards, 2 presidents of their HOA and their HOA management company. Very productive meeting about snow removal. So we heard a lot of their concerns, and we talked to them about some of the things that they can do to be very helpful for us to be able to plow their streets. I thought it was a very productive meeting. They thought it was a very productive meeting. I sent you all an email that they sent out to their residents explaining, expectations and in helping us help them manage expectations about, if you want streets plowed first thing in the morning, it's probably best to hire a contractor. Many folks do that in town. However, here's our schedule and here's where we are going to play in. What can the rail yards do to help us? We also gave them a copy of our revised snow removal plan, and that is went out in one of our newsletters about how much equipment we have, who our people are. Snow is a tough issue. Please work nicely with your neighbors, kind of thing. So definitely a really good meeting. We haven't had any snow, so there haven't been any issues with removing the snow in the rail yards because there's no snow to remove. So going forward, I hope that we have a good channel of communication on that. A couple other things I wanted to follow up on from our last meeting, your email accounts. So we did clarify with our IT that we are not going to, for existing council members get rid of your Ward 1, Ward 2, emails. We're just going to rename them. RIT wasn't the biggest fan of this, but it does preserve your folders if we do that. So they will just have a new name. All your folders will be there. It's a little more complicated for Open Records Act requests, but we will live with it because I thought it was more important for y'all to have your records. So the only issue we may have is if we're asked for records about a prior council member, their communication, we're going to need your email and we're going to need to search it. So your email can be searched. Or like if someone says, I want all the emails from council member Tim Hill, we're going to have to go to that new council member's email. Going forward, we're going to give everybody a new, that's the old system. Going forward, what we will do is everyone will have their first initial and last name. And when that person goes away, any incoming council member will have their first initial and last name. And that way we'll keep track of it. That's the recommendation of IT. So I wanted to get back with you on that. Took a little bit of communication to make sure we're all on the same page, but that's what's going to happen. If it hasn't happened already, it will happen hopefully this week. I think it's your next. Yes.
Go ahead, man.
Hi, do we have a mechanism by which to track the trail of council members over the years associated with a single email account?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't put my hand down. Okay, thank you.
We thought you were just waving at us. Yes, we do. We have a spreadsheet that goes back a ways.
Okay.
A couple of things that will come up on your next agendas. Obviously, we just talked about it. You will see all the lifetime TUPs on your next agenda. Hopefully, we can get those questions answered and approved. Right now, I am also seeing the ski drawing TUP. So please be prepared for your questions regarding that as well. So those are some big items coming up. Let me go back to my notes here. Our representative, our district representative from the Department of Local Affairs asked to come and make a presentation for new incoming council members. This is an insanely important relationship for us. Brandy Sneed is going to make a presentation, and I think she's going to get longer than a normal presentation, just because the Department of Local Affairs is a hugely important relationship to us as far as funding, support, lots of things that they can do for us as a local government. So Randy requested 45 minutes, and so I have blessed that request. So please come prepared with your questions for Ms. Sneed. You're also going to have a discussion regarding your council bylaws version 2. So we've set aside some time for that, for version 2 of your council bylaws to come back before you. There are going to be some other action items for you to consider from planning, and also a couple action items for the Tabor Opera House Foundation. They recently put out a request for proposals for the roof replacement. So that will also be on your agenda. So yet again, a bigger agenda next regular council meeting. And then a reminder that we also are going to be having the next week, the discussion and check-in on our strategic planning, and also discussion of goals, department goals for 2026. I did want to point out, we have this great big huge banner here, thanks to our administrator. A couple of you were like, what? Yes, look, you can't miss it. This is to remind us that we did set out and give ourselves a 3-year plan of things we wanted to accomplish. And you will see that we've been working on, Ms. Stephanie McBride has been working on a better tracking system than the spreadsheet that we had previously. She's working on getting that into basically a component of ClearGov. It's the same software we're using for the budget book. So it'll be easier to track and easier to follow, but also I appreciate those council members who put in the newspaper that some of our priorities for the next 2 years are going to be the strategic plan. I appreciate that. Staff appreciates that. We are still working on a number of those items, but you'll see in our next meeting that there are a number that have been accomplished so far. Let's see. One other thing I wanted to mention, I always like to end things on a very pleasant note. I wanted to pass along, Community Planning and Development Department, just got a wonderful email from Mr. Jake Webster, who had a question for them and, was just complimenting Community Planning and Development's response time, given their workload. So just wanted to give them a public shout out that I saved those emails and like to raise them in public, that he appreciated the planning department's response time on a question that he had. And then the last thing is, like, I'm gonna steal a little bit of thunder for the police department, but we did get the motorcycle back. And I just learned this evening that the streets department has an amazing sense of humor. So the streets department went and picked up the motorcycle. And Tony, can you just tell us what they did to the motorcycle when they picked it up for the PD?
Well, they picked it up, everything went great with that. They brought it to our shop and we're just holding on to it there until we had the location to take it to. Well, giving those guys a little bit too much time to think, they come up with weird and funny things. By the time that motorcycle reached the station 2, it had a new set of training wheels. A little child's megaphone that was on a keychain attached to the keys. They used pipe cleaners to put it into the handlebars, and it also has a nice little ringy bell.
When do I get to like that?
You on the streets department. I just
my
wanted
motorcycle.
So they took it down there, they leave it there, and they waited for the response. I didn't know anything about this until they got the response. I literally found out when you texted it. What they had done, I was like, oh, okay.
So we have the motorcycle back and now it has taskers. So thank you very much, police department. I was like, they did on that.
I would greatly appreciate photographic evidence of this.
I'll get it. I'll talk to my guys and see if they had photos, which,
Awesome.
awesome.
Yeah, go ahead.
2 questions. You said you emailed out the communication with the rail yard.
Yes.
Would you please re-email that? I don't think I received it.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it either.
I am trying to do, I'm trying to respect people's work hours. So it will arrive in your inbox tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Okay.
So you can check tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Sounds good. And second question, update on the boiler at 809 Spruce.
Done.
Great. Any idea when that was completed?
Yeah, it was completed, so Thursday.
I think it was Thursday, which would have been 15th, January 15th.
That's great. And still 2 tenants.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions from Ms. Simonson?
I've got a couple. Laura, you mentioned a few things that are coming up from future meetings, but I didn't hear you talk about economic development, retail strategies, chamber. Is that scheduled sometime in the next?
Yeah, I'd like to schedule a meeting with the chamber just to talk to them about some of the things that had come up regarding their past presentation, just to give them some feedback. And I don't know if that meeting has been scheduled yet, but so we have that discussions tentatively scheduled for the meeting of the 17th. The discussion regarding ARPA funds. The reason I didn't go out that far is that sometimes things move. And given the length of the meeting on the 3rd, if there's anything else that needs to get added to that, I didn't want to make promises that we couldn't deliver. But I did indicate that we're aiming to get that discussion in a meeting in February. And then I think we had talked about a tentative presentation from Retail Strategies on the 3rd. March 3rd.
March, okay. Okay, good. The other thing I want to mention, I'm not entirely comfortable with the AI meeting notes that are taken during our meetings and then sent out to all of us. I think Gemini does a pretty good job, but the Microsoft Copilot is just really poor. I looked at it a couple of weeks ago and Mr. Prestash is identified as a sheriff. And we've already gotten notes from Copilot for the first, congratulations. For the first half of this meeting, and it identifies Ally Rudy as being very opposed to CJK Mills.
So I think we need to turn those off. I don't know how those get turned on, but I've gotten meeting notes
It was
from
bad.
folks who've been attending a meeting, and I'm on the mailing list for the meeting. And so we can see if those are city generated. We just.
They are not.
The city doesn't use a Microsoft platform, so I'm confused about that. So can I look into that and get back to you?
Yes, let's make it stop, whatever it is.
Well, I'm just saying, I will do my best to make it stop, but I don't know how you're getting Microsoft because the city doesn't use a Microsoft.
I think it's Microsoft Copilot, unless I'm just, something very bad is happening.
Something very bad is happening. Okay, we will look into, turning I think we can turn those off when the meeting starts. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do our best.
That's all I have.
Okay. And I took us a little bit past our 8 o'clock. break.
That's okay. Anything else for our city administrator? Okay, we're gonna do a 5-minute break and be back in a minute.
So I don't get it.
Or at least
Yes.
How long do we have as a break?
4 minutes and 38 seconds.
I'm having lunch for dinner, by the way, that's what I keep eating on my next. And so on. Snacks upstairs, what do you want?
I'll just go upstairs. I mean, it belongs to an employee, but it's.
Read AI, maybe that's. I have no idea what it is, but it looks like. Working with this.
I think Google Meet does it at the very beginning, and there's just a box for chat.
Just uncheck. Okay, good. Because I don't know why I didn't see.
I tend to a lot of meeting type of meetings, virtual meetings. And in my experience, if someone joined that meeting that I was in and used like a note taker, their own note taker, it's those that check every one of that meeting afterwards.
That's just, I hope I don't accidentally have a note taker.
I don't think it's, my understanding is it's because you're, like, if you join
So maybe somebody online has a virtual note taker
and somebody
invited.
joins the city council meeting and they have a note taker, then it sends it to everyone being just colleagues. That's my rough understanding.
Yeah, we don't have Microsoft. We do have Gemini.
And Gemini, I think, is better.
Yes, and that's what Ally uses for minutes to clean it up. But there is a spot where she can click where it doesn't get emailed to you, but if someone else has the notes going,
It'll still come.
Mhm.
So I don't know. And how does that work in terms of like keeping record of public meetings? What do we have to have on our records? Because the notes are so bad. I wouldn't want anybody.
No, so she does her minutes, but she goes off of what the recording is. Yes, yep, that's just a whole.
So the fact that I get somebody else's meeting notes. do they
That doesn't
become-
even,
Right, but do they become part of some kind of formal?
no, because that's not from us. That could be any Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, wasn't trying to get.
So
you
if
on
you set that.
No, I'm glad you did, because I just like it tastes like, oh my God.
I know. Yeah. Sometimes, and recently we did meetings, I'm like, I don't recall having that. And that's what you talked about. We're like, why did you send that?
I just say no to all of them and pop up. I'm just gonna delete it.
Right, but yeah, in your
Alicia was saying that she did very historic report in the minutes. So and then reviews Google Meet partials and stuff. So in the beginning, they can unplug the transcription. Or she can unplug all participants. So that's probably what's happening where it's taking the notes and then she reflect off the notes and then just emails everybody. Or versus emailing just polished version. So if she on how to take everybody else's names off, that would be great. So, after the time and Shannon and I got the group. And so I was just report. That was on the. I think we should talk about that during council reports tonight. Okay. 11:30.
Yeah, because I was like, I don't know where it's appropriate to talk about that, but I just wanted to kind of like, you seem to be the person who.
I did last time.
Yeah, and it doesn't.
Did you not even get it?
No.
I think so and hope so, but I think we need to figure out how to get it done because there's only 10 days.
There's not a lot of time, which is why I was like, we should probably talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think we have a regular city council meeting.
We won't. Yeah. So it's kind of like either we address it.
Hey, I think we probably shouldn't be discussing it in a group this large while we're meeting this paused.
Got it. Okay, thank you. We'll do it. We'll do it again.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I'm gonna run upstairs. So we'll all hurry.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
How are you doing? Part of me like, okay. I appreciate that. Actually come with snacks for you.
Oh, it's
what? Nice to see you. I do have snacks up in my office if you're ever. That's good. I'm good. I'm good. I'll keep passing around.
I don't know.
I like to have spicy food.
Are you? Oh, is that your chance to late night meetings?
No, these are not.
Of my office. Help yourself. You're so sweet. So do you have things you leave in here or?
I do.
Public space, so
I have sort of a knitting.
nobody comes in and messes with your drawers.
Not yet.
But you know
They
of.
probably think I'm atrocious.
Uh-oh, it could be more of that like trickery that could happen. It looks like somebody's done Play-Doh. Really not. I think it's a done Play-Doh. Yeah, that's fine. It's like this is.
No. So where are you located without asking for physical? Okay.
So 5 houses.
I questioned if I'm going to take it down, but you know that I am at Margaret's on 6th Street, which was a Jill's birthday present years ago.
I know, Ally brought Baby Bell and Dot. I'm happy.
These are courtesy of Ally personally.
That's what she said.
So.
She might be my new favorite.
Wow, that's generous.
Oh, you're easy.
Baby Bell and Dot.
Have to get a GoFundMe going.
Today was one of those days where there was no thunder. I parked the car and ran.
Yeah. Busy day.
I don't ever want to compare what I did before I came here, but at Castle Rock, we would have dinner before our meetings.
Like together?
Yes,
Oh, wow.
staff would come,
Wow,
So we'll
that's
be
cool.
there.
that is cool.
What time did your meeting start?
6.
So you just eat before? That's
Yeah.
nice. It's a beautiful tradition. Okay, we're gonna get going. Let's go. Are we recording again? All right. Thanks, Ally. Next up, we have the Streets Department.
Good evening. I don't really have a whole lot to report. We don't have any snow. So,
You're doing a great job.
Yeah. Well, what happened is I bought a new snowblower this year and I put my plow on the truck and left it on.
There you go.
And stuff, so,
Good stuff.
but I jinxed myself. I took my plow off today. So we'll see.
Oh,
We are.
Maybe
more
we will
snow
get
then.
some snow.
yeah.
Other than that, basically the guys have just been maintaining, changing blades, doing, keeping the shop clean. We've got a scheduled meeting tomorrow or a visit from, the alternative school is Cloud City High School.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be coming by tomorrow so we can show them equipment, show them the shop, and hopefully we can get them more interested in the trades. Yeah, so, I believe we have a meeting or a time set aside next week as well for, the parking task force and city council is welcome to come in. We did have a sign that was put up at Ninth and Poplar, the no left turn sign, but we had a wind event that next day and it was removed. It's sitting down at state, CDOT right now, waiting for their crew to come and do it. It's a state property, so we're not allowed to do it, and I don't have the equipment anyway to get somebody up there safely to do something like that. So it'll get put up as soon as they respond. And I think they're in the same boat as we are, hardly any snow other than certain areas. So we're just waiting for them, like we did with the crosswalks. Hopefully they'll take care of this coming season. I don't think we really have much more to discuss. If there's any questions.
Thanks. Yeah, any questions?
Can we talk about the lighted snowflakes? That's probably not streets department.
Yes, it is.
I like,
Yeah.
I like the snowflakes. Bring back the snowflakes.
Well, so the snowflakes were purchased, I think prior to my arrival. They are in various states of not functioning very well. They were not expensive snowflakes, and so we're having trouble with them. So the issue really is that they're more not as on as we would like them to be. And so I think part of taking them down is we're gonna have to either take apart every light and figure out what's going on with some of the wiring on some of them, or look at setting aside. You did not put any money in your budget for new snowflakes, but it's not cheap. It's not hundreds of dollars, let's put it that way. It's in the thousands of dollars. So the issue is that they may have outlived their useful life and they're not as good when they're not working or half the lights are out or they look bad. So the idea was to take them down and evaluate what we're gonna do as far as either getting new snowflakes or, I don't think they're rewirable. They're not that expensive. I mean, they're not, like the train out front is something that the crew has worked on for many years to keep in service. But I don't think you can, work on the wiring of these. So that is where we are in the snowflakes. I understand the request and we will work on the request. It may be that we come back to the council with a request to just buy some new snowflakes, and you didn't allocate for that in your budget, so we might have to figure out if you would like to do that.
I wonder if it could be part of like a broader Main Street kind of festivity plan or something, like just how to make the Main Street warm and welcoming.
Well, see, your Main Street organization does do some of that.
Right.
I think the issue is that, they're nonprofit, they don't have a ton of money. If we are going to make improvements like that, we're gonna have to pay for them in the immediate future.
I did have a question.
Okay, yeah, please.
With a light snow year like this, does that impact your budget? So in other words, there will be more money available for repairs this summer if we don't get any appreciable amount of snow this year?
Really, all that affects is my fuel consumption and overtime.
So it really doesn't affect
It
hours
doesn't,
over and above overtime.
yeah. Because most of the time when we are gonna have, move snow.
You know, but that's still working full time, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what's everyone working on full time if there's not snow?
Taking down snowflakes.
You're rolling up A-frames for no parking signs.
They've done that. We added about 60 this last fall when this all started. They already did that. We can add some more, just more stock that we have to buy. For that. But they've been doing a lot of repair work on equipment that has been kind of put off a little bit. So they're replacing blades and doing the welding on stress areas and stuff like that. And reorganizing their shops so now they know exactly what kind of metal they do have to do these type of things. And washing and polishing machinery.
And we're helping out other departments.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna help the PD with the big project, so, yeah.
Going back to the snowflakes, not really the snowflakes, but thinking about the Main Street, incorporating Main Street. Like we do in the summer where we have businesses sponsor them. Maybe that's another opportunity for, or not businesses or individuals, whatever. There's a sponsorship opportunity. Maybe we could tie that in to the Main Street to flowers, buy a snowflake.
Yeah, and I think that, we can talk about the Main Street organization, that they do all that work. So they
Yes.
go get the sponsorships, they get the money, they do the flowers, they order them. Streets helps goes and get them, but it's mainly a project that they handle from start to finish. But that's not a bad idea to see if they're willing to, get sponsorships for other amenities on Main Street.
Sure.
And just so we're aware for that, there's not very many grants, if any, for lights. Because I've been looking into that for lights, for Main Street, because I do want to get it more decorative, but right now, what's hard about that too is we're trying to do the dark skies. So that's gonna affect that as well. So we have to look at everything in the future as well before we start trying to find other grants too. If we want to keep the dark skies, then we need to kind of not so much do many lights on Main Street. So kind of what we want to choose for.
Yeah, thanks. Other questions from Mr. Medina?
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, hope to see everybody next week.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
I'll show you our machine. Guys, I'm gonna try and talk some of the guys to stay. And because our end of our day is 1:30. But 3 o'clock is when we'll be there. I'm gonna see if I can get somebody to come back and show you guys how to run some of this equipment. Or see how it works.
Tell them if they're not there that we might just drive it ourselves.
Well, that subject came up and they're like, I'm hiding my keys.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, we have the police department, and Chief Trumper. Hey, Chief.
Good evening. I was just gonna cover our department goals for 2026, since I'm having surgery tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back, hopefully soon. But first of all, we want to have a clearance rate for felonies above 75%. That's quite aggressive, but Leadville does not get many felonies. And generally, the FBI doesn't classify categories of crime simply by felonies. It is a category of crime. But when they release their crime statistics, they look at violent crimes. That's one category. Generally, most violent crimes in Colorado are felony. To give you a little, the clearance rate for violent crimes in the United States is only 41%. Another category that the FBI has for crimes is property crimes. The clearance rate for property crimes is only 18%. That's the national average. Some property crimes are felonies. If it's over $2,000, a burglary is considered a felony. Again, we don't have many, but we want to have a very aggressive goal in clearing our felonies. And that's one way we keep and maintain the trust of the community. We want to get up to full staff. Since I've been here, we have never been at full staff, so we'd like to get there this year. Another goal we have is to install new cubicles and office furniture for the officers. Right now, some of the officers don't even have real desks. They've got 2-drawer filing cabinets with particle boards sitting on top of them. And it's been that way for years. As a matter of fact, the stuff you see on the pallets outside are cubicles and office equipment that the street department is going to help us with. We want to acquire a pickup truck at least once a week. We have a need to haul something in a pickup truck. And with the budget that the city council approved for us last year, we're going to be able to get a pickup truck. Matter of fact, we might end up buying one from the county, from the sheriff's office, because they're going to be selling about 5 of them and could actually save the city some money instead of possibly leasing one. We want to institute a speed enforcement program in the school zones. Since I first came here, the school has been complaining about speeding in their school zones. That's something that I would like to talk with council about later this year, because it could be a very delicate topic, because I believe in using speed cameras in the right areas, not for an entire community, but where we can utilize the statistics to show we have a problem. Because I feel we're facing a tragedy in our school zone. We want to implement a program to better educate the public in the legal use of ATVs, UTVs, and dirt bikes on our city streets. That doesn't mean writing a bunch of tickets. It means educating the public, and we will utilize the motorcycle to do that. We also want to maintain the community's trust in the police department. Now, all these other ones we can quantify. And somebody may ask, well, how do you quantify that, chief? Well, Leadville has had a terrible track record with police chiefs getting fired, getting arrested. I don't plan to get fired or arrested.
Thank you.
Can't quantify it.
That's my goal.
And those are the goals for the police department for 2026. And I will answer any questions anybody may have.
Get arrested or fired.
Or fired, yes.
Great department report. I appreciate it. I've got one question. You said you hoped or planned to have a 75% clearance rate on felonies. What's our current clearance rate?
I didn't track it last year, but I'm confident in saying it's above 50%.
So we're still above national average.
Oh, yeah.
But there's room for improvement.
Yes. Yeah.
That's great.
I'll email you about maybe some furniture available.
All right.
Maybe the school district might be getting rid of some.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, chief. Thanks.
Are they kid-sized so they could go along with the training wheels? And the little-
You blew it. You blew my joke. No, there's some actual adult size stuff maybe too. We'll see. No promises, but.
As long as it has stickers and tags, we're good.
Okay, maybe some sparkle. Thank you, Chief. Let's move on to fire department. Chief Daly online here.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to attend in person, but my son needed my attention this evening. So I have a few updates for you. One's pertaining to the intergovernmental agreement that we're working on between the city and the county. We came to the conclusion that the county will need to do some work sessions in order to be able to move forward with more of the agreement between the fire department. And that should happen hopefully here pretty soon, by mid-February. And let's see, 2 firefighters on B shift are currently opening up Station 2. And if people are available, we're going to do it on station with C shift as well. Excuse me. I also put that in the monthly newsletter that the city has. So there's a nice article from last month in there about what that means for the community and the better services that we can provide. Climax donated some bunker gear, but it's all expired, but we'll go ahead and use that for training because it's important to tear up expired gear, not our good stuff. The Spartan, which is our engine 1, it went to Boise for some repair. The main box where all the tools sit kind of dislocated from the frame and then settled. So it went back to Boise to get fixed. The last I heard, it was going to take until September to get back, but it's back. So they must have wanted it to get out of their production line pretty quick. So that's good news. It's down at Station 2, and we will have that engine in service just in case if the Pierce goes down. Let's see. One of the other things that I wanted to talk to you about this evening, well, actually here, I'll talk to you about this. The majority of the mitigation piles, there were mitigation piles up at CMC and down by the community field. And we started burning them earlier this year. And then we were finally able to burn off the majority of those last month. And, we have a little bit more to do, but for the most part, those piles are gone, which is great. And they'd all be gone if, again, we had more snow. Excuse me, there's something going on here. But the last thing I want to talk to you about is that Deputy Chief Fire Marshal Steve Boyle resigned from LLCFR, and we're really sad to see him go. He did serve the community with great professionalism and a great heart, and he'll be missed. So I hope the best in his endeavors. Right now, I'm working with the building department and the planning department from both city and the county to try not to have any gaps in services when it pertains to our code enforcement with the International Fire Code. And they've been very helpful during this transition. So I'd like to be able to thank them for those efforts. So, and we'll continue on with that, and we'll figure out a good game plan on moving forward. If there's no questions, that's I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Any, go ahead, Mayor.
Why does bunker gear expire?
Good question. National Fire Protection Association says that after a while, it's the breakdown of the material. And it's not necessarily the outer shell, it's the thermal layer that's inside that protects you from everything. Same thing with a helmet. Just like the glue lamb eventually just breaks down and it's not as good. I mean, some of the helmets that we got from Climax were like 25 years old. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's the same reason that we have to order new body armor for law enforcement. It's not that it doesn't look like it would work, but it is expired and we cannot let somebody continue to wear it.
Okay, Councilmember Edwards.
Chief, who, since our fire marshal has moved on, do we have somebody in place to do the inspections on businesses and short-term rentals, or do we have a plan to put somebody in that position again?
I'm glad that you asked that question. Excuse me. So currently what we're going to do right now, which it's already been through our legal counsel and also on the county side, we're putting a waiver in place for 1 annual year for the safety inspections that are done for approval for the business licensing for renewals. So that'll give us some time to be able to get somebody in place for those, so that, business as usual, people can get their business license. And then and if somebody gets in the position for the inspections, then we'll follow up with the people that have filled that out and then redo those inspections as needed. The other thing is with STRs, same thing. There'll be a checklist for those. Now renewals for those, there'll be a checklist, and then they will be responsible for being able to make sure that all those safety features are in place for the home itself. They will sign off on that. We will give them their permit to move forward. New STRs will need to be inspected, and we will do that on our end on the fire side to be able to inspect those unless it's new construction. I spoke with Dan over at the building department, and they had a home that is becoming a STR in the last 5 years it was built. So I feel very comfortable with giving them that form to be able to fill out to move forward with that new STR. When it pertains to code enforcement, we're looking at a contract right now with Shumcoda, which is the company that currently the county uses, and that contract is currently back to them. It's already been through our legal, and then it'll be back with them to look over the changes that we have. And then if they're good with it, then we're going to go into contract with them to go forward with the international fire code enforcement for new construction.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other questions for Chief Daly? All right, thanks for being with us tonight, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, let's go HR. That's right.
Hello, everybody. Happy 2026.
Yeah, likewise.
Okay, so I just want to do my one big win to start with. I got the ADA portion on our city website, has the form and everything to be filled out by our community members, whoever needs that. So that was very exciting. Our open vacancies, we have part-time and full-time shelter tech position, as well as an animal shelter assistant manager. We are currently interviewing for that right now. Great candidates, so I'm super excited for that. Filled positions, we have a police recruit who is currently enrolled at CMC at the academy. Ongoing projects are the handbook, our Q2 deadline. Just because right now I was just told our CML compensation survey system is due at the end of February, and there is nothing in there right now. I have to start from blank. So I got to put all that in there, and then I have a deadline. So I just found out they just sent a meeting just Monday. So I am like, oh, okay. So I have 1 month to do that whole thing, but it'll help us in the future for a benchmark. Right now we have our annual trainings I have them on my schedule. I'll be sending those out. That will be all staff. In the past, I had the option for in-person or on your own. On your own didn't really work so much, so we're going to do in-person, but I have multiple days and a few nights as well to make it work for everybody. We have our annual employee meeting next month on the 25th at CMC. Looking forward to that, trying to get different department heads, being able to speak on some things to our employees. It's our one time a year that we get to meet everyone, put faces to everybody, because there's so many faces at the city of Leadville that you don't realize you're not sure who that one firefighter is. So that's what we're doing with that. I'm getting excited for Tyler to move over from Casal to Tyler. Started having calls on that, so I hope that process is a lot faster on my side of HR to add employees to the system. We also set up our safety committee. That was required by CIRSA to be done back at the end of 2025. I didn't start till December 30th of 25, so I didn't have enough time to get that complete. So I did do that last year, and it is a group of different department employees that have different things that we see safety. We're starting with City Hall. And one thing is we want to get a better banister on the right side of the stairs for employees. So that is one little safety issue we're going to look at, and then we'll start going from there. We have it on the left side, but not the right side when you're going down. And I've noticed with a lot of employees, we all put our stuff on our left side arm to go down the stairs, and there's nothing there for support. The only support is right there at the window, but not at the top or on the bottom. So little things like that we'll start with, and then we'll go out through the community for that as well. But yeah, been pretty busy, excited for a new year. New positions, pretty excited. Any questions?
Can you go back to the annual trainings?
Yes.
In particular for city council?
Yes.
Because we have annual trainings as well, and last year I know that we had the option to do it online. Are you saying that even city council can't do it online?
Correct, because they were past due or after, and we have to keep that to a standard for everybody. So I gave that leeway last year, but if it's absolutely don't have time, I just ask that you get it done before the due date for those trainings, and it'll be case by case, but that's why I'm offering different times during the day and at night to work with people's schedules. Because we will do all three of those trainings at once, they're done. I will have food and snacks and things like that too, so you're not just here listening to everyone's tummies growl. But yes, those are annual, and I'm trying to find different, partners that we work with to see if they have other trainings to try to mix it up every year, so it's not like, here we go again, the same exact training again. And personally, the experience I had last year with different departments and such, you played off each other on different situations, different scenarios, so it really helps with that to kind of get terms and everything with everybody being like, oh, I didn't think about that. So it really is advantage to do it in person as well.
Can you give us like 30 days notice?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yes. I have those all set up, so that is gonna be, I didn't want to send it out too early for it to get lost in the emails, but I will start sending that out. It won't be till springtime. I want to just make sure I have different times for everybody. So if I need to add another time to make that work for certain people, I can. Totally fine with that.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Any other questions? Edwin, what did you mean by the website able to fill out a form for
For ADA, so if you go into a business or there's something like a sidewalk or something to that fact, and it's not ADA accessible, or you're not able to get into a business because it's not ADA.
Just us, no, not any business in town, just the city buildings.
Right, but city in town.
Right, for our business, yes, if you're doing business with the city.
Right, and if their sidewalk isn't proper or what have you, and there was an issue, just like with our TUPs for ski touring, we're gonna have different things in there to where it is accessible for everybody, because I don't think everyone realizes if you have like a detour, you have to have it accessible as well. So when there's different things going on for construction or what have you, like with the Tabor Opera House, they have to have the same detour that's accessible to us as well as somebody else. So those are different things that I don't think a lot of people realize. So if there is an issue with like the sidewalk or what have you, you can fill that form out and it gets sent to me, and we have an obligation to look into it in a certain amount of time and give a response.
Yeah, so it's a requirement that we have a way for citizens to tell us if our city facilities and buildings and infrastructure are out of compliance, or at least the citizen feels as though they're out of compliance. So there's now an online form before you could come into City Hall and say, I don't think this is accessible, and we would direct you to the setters. But now you can fill out a form online that says, this is my concern, and we will look into it. Now, a lot of our buildings are historic, so accessibility doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, we're gonna put an elevator in to get you to the second floor at City Hall. Accessible means that you can get your business done at City Hall, and it may mean that we come to you. So if there's a concern from a community member about our facilities or infrastructure or buildings, they can now fill out that form online on our website.
Okay, great, thanks.
Does that include like the museums and 809 Spruce? Because you're right, they're historic structures, and I could see that being costly to bring those.
No, you don't. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of those buildings are, you may be aware, is that they're exempt unless you touch them. Right, so right now, you know, let's say we said we're gonna redo the whole downstairs and upstairs of City Hall, we have to make it ADA compliant.
Okay, gotcha.
But if you know, so looking at the community center, that's gonna be part of planning and design, is that will have to be accessible, because we're gonna touch that. Maybe moving walls or things, or there's gonna be planning and design. But, you know, right now, you're not touching City Hall. Yeah, we want to make sure people can get their business done, so we'll find a way to come to someone. But no, we don't. Yeah, a lot of our buildings are historic.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Alicia. Thanks for being here tonight.
Have a good night.
You
Everyone
too.
goes fast.
Okay, Deputy City Clerk.
Hi everyone, I'm gonna stay right here unless anyone would like me to go to the podium. So starting off with an overview, in December, the city clerk's office managed a high volume of general daily tasks. We had 5 core requests, which means you have about 3 days to respond to those unless an extension is asked for. It consisted of quite a few walk-in customers and supported new business inquiries and short-term rental applications. The big thing I wanted to talk about today was our business licensing update. As Chief Daly mentioned, due to the departure of Fire Marshal Steve Boyle, business licensing issuance has experienced delays due to the lack of a fire inspector. So that temporary 1-year waiver was created, and so now I can issue renewals for businesses who have already had a fire inspection in past years. New businesses are still requiring fire inspection, as Chief Daly mentioned. So we're currently waiting on a contact from the contractor that the fire department is working with. They're Shums Coda. We got the waiver this Friday for renewals, and we're working on getting it out to business licenses with physical locations. But sadly, there is a small delay there. So yeah, this transition has added an extra step of communication to the licensing process. I'm actively tracking fire department waivers and coordinating through a shared spreadsheet to make sure renewals move forward efficiently, and the fire department also knows who has signed one of those waivers, making sure that we can get that fire inspection next year. And let's see. We're also reviewing feedback from business owners in general to streamline the process for future renewal seasons, and we're exploring new licensing systems that could save a significant amount of staff time. I will have a better number for how many business licenses we issued in next month's report, because we still have been receiving quite a few incoming ones in January. Lastly, I just wanted to extend a sincere thank you to Chief Daly and Lori Tide, who had really quick thinking, hardworking coordination to make the fire inspection waivers happen, and just keep things running so smoothly, which has really positively impacted my department. As for liquor licenses, we have a few ongoing liquor license renewals, including Famous, Treeline, Quincy's, and Scarlet. We're going to look up the special event permits. And then we are working on a liquor license transfer from Casa Sanchez to a new Thai-Rex restaurant called Rocky Mountain Thai Kitchen. So it's some exciting news for Leadville. Another thing I wanted to add about liquor licensing is that I was actually recently educated in the correct way to process a local liquor license. In the past, we just reviewed the state license as well as SSPs, but now we've learned, I actually learned from our prior deputy city clerk, that we should be contacting the state to see if there have been any complaints or compliance issues lodged with them. So we're currently taking that step for liquor license renewals. Short-term rental applications, we're continuing to assist with applicants. We have general applicants for class 1, which is resident occupied short-term rental license, and then we get lots of daily inquiries regarding the class 2 non-resident occupied. People want to know where they're on the wait list, just have general questions about why it's there in general. I also want to add that we really use that fire inspection waiver for renewals in March, as well as the checklist that Chief Daly mentioned. So they will be responsible for making sure those safety features are checked. For marijuana licensing, we're currently processing a local renewal for Roots RX/Sunseed Theory, and that includes contacting the state to confirm any complaints. And other than that, regular compliance monitoring continues. Looking ahead, in general, we are just processing, all of our different licenses, business, liquor, short-term marijuana, all of those, while trying to address system issues, and also receiving that feedback on how to make the process better. I've been evaluating some new licensing systems, such as Cloud Permit, Tyler, and One Community Connect. So these are all really great potential options that would save a lot of staff time, as well as business owner, license holder stress. So those are systems where you could log in and print out your own license instead of waiting on someone to issue it. It's a lot more self-sufficient. I will be meeting with finance the upcoming month to talk about which one will work out for us. Some just major goals for this year that I want to highlight for the city clerk's office is just updating resolutions and ordinances on the website and improving our ADA compliance. So basically all of our documents on the website need to become ADA compliant. So I will be manually doing some of the more important ones. And then we're looking at some different companies that could do things like packets, larger amounts of that type of ADA processing. But I just want to mention that those types of services are always available upon request. So if someone does need something accessible and it's not currently, they can reach out directly to me. That is everything I have for you guys. I don't know if you have any questions.
And just one clarification, so on our documents on our website, it's just July 2024 and going forward, that the documents need to be ADA accessible. We're not required to do anything backwards to 1879.
What is the current short-term, class 2 short-term rental license with this?
Current waitlist, I believe it's around 34 people. So when I began 3 months ago, it was closer to 20. So we've got about 14, 15 people added.
And with a 34-person wait list, rough idea on a time frame for a license to become available?
What I've been telling people is that I do not have an answer for that, but I will give them updates every time we get to renewal season. And so that's when I'll find out who is not renewing their license, who sold their home, things like that. I would love to have a number like that, but it just feels unfair, and I don't want, someone's livelihood weighing on something that is not totally sure.
Ally, I have a question. You mentioned some difficulties for STR licensees, license holders accessing mini-revs. And I wondered, it looked like our December accommodations tax number was way below budget. And I'm wondering, do you think those are related?
I absolutely think they could be. It's hard to say. I'm still relatively new, so I couldn't really compare to last year. But I do know that there is one property or one property manager who we're waiting on, who is responsible for quite a few different properties. But other than that, I just look forward to addressing that and reaching out to people. I do think it could be related. Personally, UniRev was glitching for me today, so there's lots of access issues. So it could be the issue I'm talking about, but I don't know if that is also a deterrence for our license holders as well.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Rudy? Thank you. And Caitlin, my apologies. I skipped over animal shelters, so you're next.
Good evening, everyone. I've been working on grants. Any questions while I pull up our numbers so I can read those accurately to everybody? Yeah. So I know we had 289 animals. It was a weird year because we almost had an equal number of dogs and cats that came in, but that's because we had over 56 kittens come through last year, which is a record high for us.
Much to Everly's delight.
Yeah, she's so excited.
I mean, who wouldn't be? Kittens are adorable.
And very messy.
Especially when you can like play with them and then give them back.
Yeah, to the doctors.
Yeah.
So I did break down our statistics for the year in that visual chart there. So the top numbers are the December statistics. The visual is January 1st to December 31st. So we can see grand total. The city is light blue, the county is dark blue. Again, we did have animals that came in from out of area, whether they were Lake County surrenders to Summit County or to Ark Valley. We transferred them in, or the transfers from the fire. Animals that were born in care, so Everly's foster kittens would not show for the city or the county, as well as one other one that's currently blanking me. Adoption returns. If they were adopted out of county returned. We did recently receive an $8,000 grant for 2026, so that's going to go towards spay neuter. And we have a few more grants that are currently wrapping up the end of this month and next month.
Personnel, what's your current staffing level? You had 3 positions currently available, a full-time and a part-time, and then also the assistant manager.
We have, let's see, 7 positions, oops, yes, 3. So we have our office administrator, Monday through Friday, 1 shelter tech, Sunday through Wednesday, and Saturday support, 1 kennel tech, who's training to be a shelter tech, Wednesday through Saturday with Sunday support, and then me as well.
So you're running about 60% of the capacity right now.
Makes it hard if somebody calls out, so we've been having some long weeks, but hopefully we have some quality candidates coming in.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. Have a good night. Okay, next up. CDP.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and Council. I'll give some updates under a few categories, so upcoming development applications, code enforcement updates, I'll give a legislative update, talk about our e-permitting, and then rail yard and grants. Those kind of categories I'll cover. So just 3 projects to note that will be coming your way in terms of development applications. The first is a 4-unit multifamily affordable deed restricted housing project for affordable project by Downstream Construction and under their the Rabbit Ears Corporation, and that will be on West 8th Street, 640 West 8th Street. So that's kind of there at the junction of 6th Street and 8th Street near the intermediate school. That will be coming to you in the form of a development agreement, which a development agreement is a ordinance that the city council recently passed for our new city council members that would allow the city to negotiate to increase density in the zoning code in exchange for getting deed restriction for projects. And this application is going in front of the Regional Housing Authority, also seeking some funding assistance for the capital stack. So that'll be coming to you in the form of a development agreement and a conditional use permit on the March 3rd meeting. Also on Highway 24 in the south end of town, 421 Highway 24, Cole Towerman is proceeding with the second phase of light industrial there, so another 8-unit building. The first 8-bay light industrial building has been very successful and there's high demand. So I think it's great to see some of that economic development happening right now where this is the first new commercial in a while. So great to see that. Then lastly, on Harrison Avenue, last week, the Historic Preservation Commission, the HPC, had a work session with an applicant for proposed demolition and new construction of a building at 506 Harrison Avenue. That's otherwise known as the D-Hive building. We're awaiting an active application for that. We're expecting a submission in the next week or 2. That would come before you after it goes through HPC. So those are your bigger projects coming for you in the next month or 2. In terms of code enforcement, I have an update for something that I mentioned to the council before regarding on the south end of town, 501 Highway 24. This is the Millennium Towing property. I've mentioned to you that there's been ongoing illegal fill operations occurring on the property into the California Gulch. There are 3 environmentally sensitive layers there. There's the floodplain, there's wetlands, and it's also an operable unit of the Superfund site. It's a big deal per EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, CDPHE, and also the Army Corps of Engineers. I've had multiple meetings with all of those state and federal agencies. It is a big deal per EPA, and CDPHE is the biggest enforcement actions since the institutional controls were put in place. It sounds like the EPA will take the lead on enforcement, but essentially I think the estimate is about 500,000 cubic feet of soil. I think that's the equivalent of somewhere between about, north of 1,000 dump truck loads of soil, maybe significantly more. Back in the napkin calculations have been deposited, altering the stream there, and so it's a big deal, and we are working with state and federal agencies on enforcement.
Could you explain that
Yeah.
in more layman's terms than that?
How did
You did a
that
good
sound?
job.
Property owner purchased the property 10 years ago. They have been allowing people to deposit soil on their property with dump trucks, dumping soil, and they've taken their large equipment, their bulldozers, and flattened it out. And I'm assuming, I would make the assumption that that adds value to their property by having additional flat land. And over the course of 10 years, that's become a lot of fill. This came to our attention last October, and we've been working on enforcement since.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you were
Yeah.
saying, but I wanted to make sure.
Appreciate that summary.
In terms of legislative items, three important updates for things will be coming to you soon. The state wildfire resiliency code will be coming to you, and we have a requirement to adopt that. That's barreling down the pipeline. We're working with the county and the state, and that will be coming to you in February for first reading. Your comprehensive plan, many of you have been involved with this, the One Community Project. We're looking for that coming to you in April for adoption. And then also all of the ICC codes, the building codes, the International Code Council codes. Lake County does that, implements the building code for us. We'll have an ordinance to adopt either the 2021 or the 2024 building codes. That will come to you this summer. The update on e-permitting, so electronic permitting of where development permit application can be submitted online. We are live in terms of being able to process that for staff. Next week, we'll be live for the public to submit that application online. In terms of the rail yard, I'm giving you updates pretty much every month on this for a long time. As we're met with the HOA, we're still currently enrolling building permits and certificates of occupancy to high country developers, so that we can give the HOA their trees and irrigation that they have been expecting. We're under a notice of breach that was issued October of 2024, so we're over a year of using this method of enforcement. There's a 28 unit condominium building that is coming up on a certificate of occupancy. And so we are pursuing certainly that method of enforcement, but we're now considering alternate methods of enforcement with the city attorney, potentially in cooperation with the HOA. Last update I have is just on grants. I'm evaluating applying for a grant that I'll come to you in March with a resolution to potentially get 2 years of funding from DOLA, from the Department of Local Affairs, for a planner position that could be focused on housing. We have $50,000 of free money that we can use for the 25% match on that position's salary from the expedited review ordinance that you passed last December. So evaluating that and potentially an action item for you in March. That concludes my update. If you have to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? I don't think we're gonna do public comments, Steve, on department reports.
I could add one thing that I think would address some public comments that you have heard just regarding AMIs, particularly with the PUD ordinance. I wanted to note, just for the record, so the council is clear, the ordinance that you passed in the summer regarding PUD incentive zoning, the AMI thresholds were 60% for rent and 100% AMI or for sale. What that really looks like in terms of the numbers, 60% AMI for rent for a studio is just under $1,100, and then up to $1,800 approximately for I think it's for a 4-bedroom. For sale at 100% AMI, for a 1-person household, that's $73,000 of income, and for a 4-person household, that would be $104,000 of income annual. So I just want to clarify that that's those are the rules for our PUD incentive zoning that was passed last winter.
Thank you.
I had one question to connect you with Ally, but the e-permitting, could that system that you are starting, could that be helpful to Ally?
That's one of the ones she's looking at.
Okay.
But our thought process is let's get fully implemented and operating in the planning department, and we've had nothing but success except for a GIS issue we're working around, and then we would potentially look using that with other departments. So we've had those conversations with the cloud partner.
Thought I heard the little ding with a hand
I
raised.
don't see a hand.
Mayor, did you have anything?
Someone joined the meeting.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Great, any other questions for Mr. LaChance? All right, thanks so much for the updates, yeah. All right, we got financials up next.
So, Ms. Hewlett is under the weather.
Okay.
That is going around, and so she extends her apologies. She's not able to attend this evening. Her report is, I want to make sure that you all understand that the December financial statements are not finalized, and those will be communicated once our audit is complete. We are still continuing to post some 2025 invoices that we're receiving. Those need to be posted to 2025 for budget purposes so that we're on track. And so any accounts receivable and payable, we're posting those still to 2025. And then, of course, any that have been accrued in 2020 or should belong in 2026 and are accrued in 2026 will go in 2026. Colorado Trust. So just to let you know, sometimes we put money into Colorado Trust and sometimes we take it out. That's our investment company. We actually get a great rate of return on that. What happens sometimes is it's, especially at the beginning of the year, we haven't received property tax revenue yet. So she wanted to let you all, she took $500,000 from Colorado Trust and we'll be putting it to cover our expenses for the next few weeks. And then once we start receiving the bulk of property taxes, we'll reinvest that back into Colorado Trust. So that's the advantage of having that be liquid. What we like to do is if we have money just sitting in our account, we put it in our investment account because it earns us a lot more interest than it does just sitting in our checking account. So if we find that, you know, obviously in this case, we get property taxes not on a monthly basis. So it'll come out all at once. And at the moment we need to pay some bills. So we'll just transfer some money out and then we transfer it back in. You all can see our balances in the financial statements of what we have in Colorado Trust. And I mean, it's just been a fantastic amount of interest that we've received over the years that we've been in that. And so it's 2 years now. And, you know, as opposed to $1,200 in interest income earned when I got here, it's more like, you know, tens of thousands of dollars in interest income. So she wanted to pass that along and I told her that I would bring back any questions that I wasn't able to answer. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, and by the way, just is sales tax a different item on the agenda because just look at sales tax, it's crazy. Crazy good.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to answer any questions that I can on financial, sales tax, and bills, which are items I, J, and K. And if I can't answer them, I'll take them back to Sheila.
Any questions on the financials? I have one. So it looks like we're coming in a little over $800,000 over our sales tax budget, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And I know we already had an adequate reserve fund. Any thoughts on strategies to discuss what to do with that extra money?
So yes, I mean, I think that's exactly what you do in your budget process. So I think, you know, you put your 2026 budget together and you did use some of the reserve for capital expenditures and made it very clear that that was for capital expenditures. You know, I think that's, well, I think there was a question about that from a public, you know, member. That happens, you know, and since I've been here, there's been money at the end of every year we put back into reserves. Yes, if you keep adding to your reserves every year and you're not, as a council, trying to make policy decisions on what to do with that money, I think you're not serving the public. So I think the question then is for your 2027 budget, what do you want to do with the money in reserves? Do you want to make other capital expenditures? I mean, there are innumerable. So as Councilmember Thomas has wanted an asset management analysis of our buildings, I can tell you that will gobble up your reserves in a heartbeat if you know that list and you start tackling that list. So I think what you'll need to do, and Ms. Field's already put together, and we're already talking about what your schedule is for budget work sessions. And one of them will be Yeah, there was a small eye roll from council. Yes, we just finished that, but we are now planning, the budget work sessions are already on the calendar for 2026. And one of those will be your allocation for capital. What do you want to do with, capital expenditures as opposed to just day-to-day operation? And so keeping in mind that if you do at some point, you haven't allocated money for an asset management analysis, but if you did, and now you've got your list of deferred maintenance on all your buildings, you could start chipping away at that. Or there are a number of pieces of equipment, I think, over time, we probably should think about replacing. So including fleet management, we've deferred some of the fleet management that when we first got a fleet management program, I think there were probably 12 to 14 vehicles identified in the queue. We've done 5. So there are a number of vehicles that probably would need to be cycled out. So you will decide that in your budget process.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Green, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just would like to, before people start cogitating over like, ooh, how are we going to spend this extra $800,000, that a lot of that having already been received over the year went into the calculations that Crystal gave us that said, we have this much reserve and this much excess over what our goal reserve is. So it's not like all that sales tax is in addition to what we considered at our budget.
Gotcha. Good clarification. So we'll see where we land towards the end of this year, huh? Another question I had, which I posed to Ms. Rudy, but I wondered about Crystal's perspective, is just why our 2025 accommodations tax number is about $64,000 lower than, $63,000 lower than the past few Decembers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that every, I don't want to say, a mountain town that has snow, there is an evaluation, a spreadsheet where we're all reporting on what's happened and the numbers are just down. And I think we are less down and we have sort of been, but I think it's triage across a lot of our mountain communities just because of the lack of snow. I think one of the things I do think is if someone wants to take just a day trip to do some type of skiing and we become fungible, it becomes a possibility if there isn't snow, that vacation becomes fungible with another location. So if I have an opportunity to spend a certain amount of money to go away, and I learned there isn't snow in Leadville, I may take that money and go to, a warmer climate. I decide I'm going to go to Mexico. I'm going to spend that money elsewhere. So I think what we found is if people have already committed to spending the money in some way, shape, or form, so Vail Resorts wasn't necessarily as down, but people already booked those vacations. So I think we may, if we continue to see not such great snow, we may see a drop off. But it also may
could you ask Crystal to double check it? Because it seems like a bigger gap than
I will ask her.
Than just like, I mean, it's down like we budgeted 65,000 and it's at 2,000.
Yeah.
That seems like bigger than a low snow year. That seems like some kind of glitch.
Yeah. I would expect the trend for accommodations taxes to be done for December, but not for last one.
Yeah.
What you're talking about.
So if you could just double check, please. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions about the finances? All right. Any questions about the bills? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Pay the bills.
Grant seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of department reports and on to our next agenda item, number 9, presentation on 2025 retrospective.
Yay. Oh, how do you guys want to do this? Are you going to crane your necks to see the screen? Because I'm going to share my screen. We're going to try to. And I
guess we'll move.
The other side.
All right.
We'll
I'm
join
gonna
the
check.
queues.
I am going to turn off my video to just kind of preserve my audio. And I'm going to try to share my screen here. All right. Slideshow. What is happening here? Why isn't updating my slideshow? Hang on. There we go. You guys see that okay? I'm just gonna go for it. First of all, I want to thank all of the departments. This is a joint project, and I, used my very clumsy PowerPoint non-skills to put them all together. So bear with me here. There is a lot to cover. A lot of these slides have a lot of words on them, and I am not going to read them to you, but I will send them to you. So let's get started. Let's see if I can actually make this work. All right, so we're going to start with the city administration retrospective. And of course, I knew you were expecting that there would be a quote in here somewhere, but I'm kind of surprised it's not an Abraham Lincoln quote. Nevertheless, it's a good one. Before we launch into everything that we've covered this year, I think it's important to just kind of review our key government functions, which this is a very high level view of it. And they included providing essential services, preserving honoring our past, and planning for the future. This is going to be my next campaign slogans. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble advancing this. There we go. Okay, so under providing essential services, we have 11 different departments who work to provide those. This is all run by 55 full-time employees and 16 part-time employees. So about 20% of our total employees work part-time. In our admin department, she's responsible for managing department heads, overseeing the budget, work to ensure that all the departments are supported and have their resources, plans for the future, and works with our community partners. As far as building depth in our departments, we have a lot of new positions that have been created. We've implemented the fleet management program, and I would have to say that since that happened, I have heard much less of multi-vehicles being inoperable or needing expensive repairs. So I think this is a real success for last year. And then as far as community services, the city worked very closely with Modern Mobile Vet to facilitate their mobile clinic up by the community center. And in return, the animal shelter gets a discount. As far as the community center, we received a $50,000 DOLA grant. We're going to hear a lot more about the community center this in the next section, so I'm just going to skip over that. Website and social media, we started a very first Facebook page. Check it out. It's pretty cool. And as Alicia and Allie mentioned, still working to stay in compliance with, as far as our website, with the state law. Recently, we hired a museum coordinator and docent supervisor for our 2 museums, Tabor Home and House with the Eye, hopefully leading to a full summer season with these 2 gems. Let's not forget us. We did a little work last year, and I promise that there will be no repeats of that last bullet. Last year in that work, we passed 40 resolutions. Obviously, it's not a comprehensive list, but I want you to consider in all these resolutions the amount of work that goes into them, from staff doing all the back work, assembling the resolution, and then the work that we do, reviewing and considering and passing them. But even more work are the ordinances, and we passed 6 last year. So these involve, as you know, 2 readings, passing up, and we pass them to update our local laws. And we said goodbye to some old friends and we welcome new friends. And I briefly considered putting pictures on this slide, but opted not to. In terms of preserving and honoring our past, this I think is a great time to highlight the Tabor Opera House, which has done a tremendous amount of work. The Preservation Foundation, with their help, this opera house gets better and better every day. And then, of course, the Main Street project that's so vital to our downtown spaces. And then planning for the future. You've heard tonight, and especially as we start with this new year, many of the department heads are talking about what their goals are for this year. And we're going to get into a great deal of depth next week when we talk about our strategic plan. And so these, just hold, buckle your seatbelts. It's going to be great. For the animal shelter, we know how much we love numbers. This is a lot of animals that the shelter has processed. They are always busy. And for those of us who care for our own pets, think of the additional cleaning and care and feeding that these numbers require. And then at least our pets don't require all of the paperwork to return to owner and adopt out, etc. I apologize. Caitlin didn't give me any pictures, so I'm just subjecting you to my own. Okay, outcomes for all of these animals are here. The big points that I take away from this is the animal shelter excels at finding our animal friends homes, whether they are returning to home or finding new ones. And also looking back at Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem Tharp's comment about how cute kittens are, you're absolutely right, but nobody wants to take back a stray kitten that they found, apparently. For our city clerk, you may have noticed a new face at the city clerk's office. Allie has been tremendously busy improving this department through streamlining, organization, and cost-saving simplifications. At the core of the clerk's responsibility, in addition to all of that, is to be the keeper of the city records, which in and of itself is incredibly detail-oriented and required and important. Community planning and development. This is in alphabetical order, by the way. All right. There they are, this powerhouse team. Really, this picture gives me boy band vibes. Anxiously awaiting their first album. We know that they have been incredibly busy. The snapshot, this is a snapshot of many of the tasks that CDP oversees, including our two commissions, Planning and Zoning and HPC. And if you see the increases involved here since last year, I think this is a natural response to the city realizing that we have a highly functional and productive department. But there's still major projects. Additionally, we're familiar with these three. We've heard a lot about them, and they are major accomplishments and ongoing work. Really looking forward to the completion of the One Community project for our town. Our finance department, not to be outdone, finance department's been steadily elevating the city's financial functions. I particularly want to point out the second bullet point, which talks about aligning our goals and budget and decision making. And this is really the core of a successful strategic plan. So this year, following our first year of completing the strategic plan cycle, our budgeting this year, we're going to work really hard to see if we can further align what we put our money at to completing the priorities on our strategic plan. Fire department, holy cow. The fire department, in terms of accomplishments, may have an advantage here, is there's so many of them compared to the other departments. But there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes there. They plan and acquire equipment and vehicles to perform the work with excellence. They work with our local partners, particularly CMC, to expand training options, and they've done extra work to care for the health of their staff, their firefighters themselves. And no fire department retrospective is complete without pictures. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the upper left is a tactical tender, which we have paid off. The upper right is a trailer that is in use at the Headwaters Training Centers as they work to further develop and expand that. The lower left is our UTV machine along with the trailer. This provides greater access for hard to access terrain in wildfires. And then the bottom right is our new hazmat trailer. So cool. This there's a lot of words on this, but when I send this to you, I encourage you to kind of look it over. The Leadville Lake County Fire Rescue is really deeply partnered with CMC to benefit the department, and it benefits the community on many levels, working to expand the training options and the training quality, and also acting as sort of a source of future firefighters. All right, here's some more goals. We're touching on them with everything. Planning for the future, keeping the department moving forward. Looking forward to all of this. Human resources, Sparkle Queen tonight has been hard at it. You know, when I was on city council earlier, we did not have an HR department at all. And it was just such a deep need that the city has had for so long. And so we are just leveling up every day. Alicia's been working so hard to really kind of make us, a modern and functional city. This thing on top, Tyler, is one of the many ways that I'm looking forward to our different departments being able to work together and both align and simplify some of the processes rather than doing it all with their own process. PD, they've had new staff. We made a position for sergeant detective and a second code enforcement officer was hired. We're fully integrated now with using the county's evidence custodian and technician. I included, this is Shane, and Shane is the sheriff's office evidence custodian that helps us out. He also, though, is he manages our medication deposit box in the foyer of City Hall. And so I just wanted to just show everybody, this is Shane, because I occasionally get questions of who's that guy out there in the foyer opening up the medication box? Is he supposed to be there? He is, in fact. Every time I go through the police department, it looks different with vast improvements. They're working to improve the workplace, the environment that our officers do all their paperwork in, and it just looks better and better every time I'm through there. And new vehicles. The budget that we approved allowed for the purchase of a police pickup truck. I am assured that our officers don't actually drive like that. And new equipment. Our budget also allows for the purchase of modern tasers to upgrade what we've got so far. This is really important for department morale and function when you have equipment that is reliable and functional. And we have a new community relationship. I think Chief Trelka mentioned the trust that's restored in the police department, and I think that we can just point to this guy as being the driver behind that. Street department, lots of projects. This was some work that was done on East Sixth, and I believe that we are going to see a lot more of that next summer as Parkville continues to work. This is one of my favorite things, the striping on our parking lot at on Harrison. It looks amazing. It's provided a lot of clarity for the community. And in addition to what they also do, they manage a lot of summer events, as we know, with signing and putting up detours for the events. And then they're constantly looking for opportunities to do repair and maintenance on our infrastructure. And I was going to close with a picture of snow, but I just got depressed. So thank you to all of our city employees, our council, our partners. It's really making City of Leadville a better place every day.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. Did a lot of stuff. Nice job, team. Thank you, Mayor, for the presentation.
So Mayor, are you going to be able to share the slide deck with us? Because I think it'll be helpful as we go into the strategic planning session next week.
You're on mute. Well, there's a lot of.
I
hand
realized,
gestures.
I'm so sorry. I meant to do that today, and I realized last minute that I don't have my city council contact list updated. And by then I was rushing to get to the meeting. So you will get it. I will send it to you right after this meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Moving on to agenda item number 10. Resolution number 5, series of 2026, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Leadville selecting a planning and design team for the community center. So it's our one action item tonight. And who will I pass it to? Lauren? To
Lori.
launch us?
Hold us, we're in a tag
We're
team.
gonna tag team.
Okay.
Oh, wow, what a long night for y'all. I can't believe we do this every Tuesday. Okay, so we have a big decision in front of us. I know I sent a lot of information in those packets, and so I'm very open to answering questions to make that digestible. And I tried to, as much as possible, demonstrate our process and bring to you a smaller amount of information to focus on. So I'm gonna walk us through the document that I sent you in your packet that's called Start Here.
Well, they actually, I put that into a staff report.
Okay, it's in your staff report.
Council communication form is the document. So I took everything
Okay.
from that and I put it in that council communication.
Okay.
So start with the background information section of your council communication form.
Like this is what I'm gonna walk you through.
No, they didn't get that.
They didn't get that.
Nope, I took everything in that and I put it in a staff report.
Okay.
So we have a different format for how we present
Okay.
information to the city council.
Fair enough.
So
Everything is in your council communication form.
Is it in our packet?
Okay.
What page should we start?
125.
125. Thank you.
Let me know when y'all are there.
56.
We can follow along together.
for 124, maybe?
Yeah, well, it starts on 124.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna give a little
On the same
background
page.
of the process. So we can get our heads around what the decision is that's in front of y'all. So we started the RFP process in October. We put out an RFP requesting, for proposers to send in proposals on a design and planning project for the community center. The RFP closed on December 5th. And the main outcome of the RFP, if you haven't had a chance to read through it all, the main two things we're trying to hit with this is we need to understand how
how much is it going to cost essentially for us to have different things from this building? So if we wanted to, you know, have all these amenities and we wanted to see all these beautiful things, like how much does that cost and what are our different options within that for the renovation? So that's number one, essentially the really detailed cost study of our options. And then number two is an operations model and revenue analysis. So not only how much does it cost to renovate, but then how much is it going to cost for us to keep it open? Like, is it reasonable for us to do that? Does that make sense up until there?
Yeah.
Right.
And what the building would look like and what modifications would or wouldn't happen, right? And that
Yes.
and stuff. Yeah.
Right, we get some conceptual drawings and understanding of how the building could get used and for what things could get moved or added for what costs. And we sort of put it out as like a good, better, best, so we could have different options and what those costs would be. And part of the reason why we need to do this is, as many of you know, we did it in 2025, the county did a feasibility study for a new recreation center, not feasible, too expensive. And several other iterations of attempting to meet this need of lack of indoor space have happened, and we don't know whether we can make this project work if we don't study exactly what it would look like and how much it would cost. So that's what this is. Cool, so we put out those RFPs, we got 8 proposals back. All amazing. We were just like so thrilled with our options. So no matter what, we're gonna pick a good option, which is good to know. Rather than bring all 8 to you and have you do all of that work, we did quite a long, extensive process. So we started with, in December, we had a review committee review all 8. We used a scoring sheet that you can see in Exhibit A somewhere in the document that you have.
Attachment 5.
Attachment 5, thank you. From there, we narrowed down, we took out 3 of the 8 based on the scoring. So we just took off the bottom 3. From there, and they were all good, right? But we have to narrow. So we narrowed down, we took off the bottom 3. And then we went into reference checks. So for the other 5 firms, we called all of their references. Not all of them answered us, but we got quite a lot of responses, which you think would help you narrow it down, but then the reference checks were just like all really good. So then we're like, okay. We went through a process of thinking really hard about which firms had addressed both of these top priorities, like how much is it going to cost and who's going to help us design for that cost and who's going to help us understand the operations. And one of the firms we decided put not very much of the budget into the operations. So with that being a priority, we were able to narrow down to 4. From there, we went into an interview process. So we interviewed the top 4 firms, which was Shape, Collab, AMD, and BRS. Those interviews occurred on January 5th. And you can see the interview questions that we use and the scoring matrix from those interviews also in your exhibit. That was really hard because again, all 4 were amazing. So lots of good options. From there, we decided we took off Collab because they were the lowest scoring of all the interviews that we did. We felt that their team didn't quite understand the scale and concept of our project as well as the other firms. And then, so then we have the top 3. So we have AMD, BRS, and Shape. You have a little summary of just like one paragraph of why we're putting them forth. So AMD and Shape are the 2 we're asking you to consider tonight. They both happen to also be here. So yay, they're here with us. I'm gonna ask that we try not to like reopen the interview process with them because that would take a long time, but they are here. So if questions I have to answer come up, right, they're here. So starting with AMD, they scored the highest in our interview process with the matrix that you all have in front of you. We felt that they were highly professional. They scored very high on their level of experience. I will ask us to kind of look at these later to just dive in a little more, but you'll see with the examples of the types of work that they've done before, it would not be a stretch. They've done very similar projects across Colorado many times. So they scored really high on their experience. The portfolio was super impressive, and we really appreciated the approach to the project. The concern we had with some of the other firms was they've done these big, beautiful buildings, and of course we want one of those, but that's not what we're actually doing. So the approach of like, we will, you help us understand like what's feasible and we will design to that. So that we appreciated that approach. Essentially we feel like their expertise will absolutely support the project, no doubt. BRS, we decided to ask you not to consider, even though they scored really high in the interview process. They also had incredibly, like just a ton of experience. It's really similar. And we decided not to move forward with that firm just because we felt like between AMD and BRS, AMD was a better fit for just like the level of expertise, which was what they were really glowing at. So they also would have been great, but we are asking you not to consider them tonight. To be clear, you can consider any of the 8. I'm just helping you narrow, but it is not my decision, it's yours. So if you want to reopen any of the 8 that I took out, that is absolutely your choice, not mine. And then lastly, just a summary of the process that and then so with SHAPE, they scored 3rd highest in our interview process. They scored the highest in their understanding of our community. So that, you know, Morgan has been living in Leadville for a long time. His portfolio, you'll see when we open up and look at their proposals, the experience he has is all local. So the famous renovation, the Delaware, the, what's the hotel? The Silver King. So a lot of understanding of like what it takes to do work up here and how I'm doing renovation. We also, some of the interview committees pointed out that they really appreciated his scrappy approach, used his own words, and that's Leadville, right? We often like don't get to have everything in like the glowing kind of fancy way. So people really appreciated that. The reason why they scored 3rd as opposed to 1st or 2nd is because they have less experience in the public sector, big municipal projects, or something that's like very similar. So doing a big recreation style project, for example. And that was one of the criteria that we used to rank them. And so that they showed less experience in that. We felt like it was really important to put SHAPE forward for you all to consider today, even though they were 3rd ranking in the interview process, because they are a local firm and would use local contractors. And I think it's important for our city council to consider that piece in particular. I'm telling you that based on our process, that AMD was the highest scoring in the interview process, but we're bringing you two to consider tonight because I think how we function as a community and how like our sense of local pride is a really important thing for us to consider. And I'd like you to weigh in on that when you think about your decision. So you have those 2 firms as my recommendation and the committee's recommendation, which Lori and Chapin were also in the interviews as well, so they can answer questions about firms and questions you might have. I gave you a little bit of a summary of each one, I think, right, all of the 2 and their highlights. So, for example, actually at this point, I'd like, if you have in front of you, or if you'd like the paper copies, I want to just sort of like highlight what they put in their proposals that might help you kind of distinguish. You have them digitally, but if you want to look and share, I don't think there's one for each of you, so share with the person next to you. Oh, you've got one, okay.
Yes.
So you guys can kind of look at some of the same information I and the others.
Lauren, before you keep going, are there any significant changes to the proposals or themes? My understanding is there might be a change on the SHAPE theme from what we see in our packet.
I think that what's in your packet is an updated one, right? The one you sent me updated.
Yeah,
so
look
there's
on your back page of the SHAPE proposal. Yeah, that's,
Of the paper?
yes, that's the update.
So that's different than our digital packet.
It should be the
No.
same.
No, it should be the same.
Okay. What's the change then?
And if you have questions about that too, I think the thing that we're considering,
and I guess if.
Well, let's, before we talk to the applicant, let's explain what happened. So we went through some of the scoring process and, Shape did score lower in the scoring process based upon their, initial proposal regarding, operations analysis and ongoing operations. And so, coming back into the interview process, they said, you know, we're changing some of our team, and they ended up letting us know that they are going to contract with this one of the same companies that many of the other proposers did as far as operational model. And so can you just hold up the back page so I can see your back page? Yep, that is the new proposal. That is their new team for operations model is Jenny's Jensen. And the company she works for is a company that several other of the bidders would have been using on their team as well to help analyze operational model. So that is a switch that Shape made sort of pre-interview. And so that is and so your packet is up to date with their correct team.
Okay.
So they made the change pre-interview, but they still scored lower than AMD during the interview process. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that subcontractor that's for the operations is the same on both proposals. Oftentimes, the subcontractors that they're picking, they're looking for the best in the area, so there's crossover.
Sure.
In there.
And that is different than our digital copy. I'm looking at our digital copy and it is different. So I just wanted to point out to council members that that's, and I'm not saying that as a criticism, I'm just saying that as, please be aware that
So I read that.
yeah.
Yeah, I apologize. There are a lot of copies. So,
It's okay.
Yeah.
So I just think it's
things to know.
important to consider that, clarification.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I would like to bring your attention to the example projects. I think that can be a really helpful way to sort of understand experience. So looking first at A and B, if you could kind of flip to, it's the most beautiful part, is pictures. And it kind of shows some of the previous projects they've done. Just give you a second to flip to it.
Are we looking at A and B? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything in the appendix.
Page 8 on the physical.
Thank you.
It's got a big 4 on it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so right on the top of where that big 4 is, the Westwood Blossom House. You can kind of glance through the description of it, but it's, you know, an old building that got renovated into community space. So very similar to what we're doing. As you're glancing through that, you'll see that the next 2 examples that they have are also like old and aged buildings that got turned into a community center space. And so they used, some of them have very similar uses. So just take a moment to kind of glance through those. As well as their experience specifically with it, like they have the recreation center, although it was a new one that like demonstrates sort of the recreation experience.
And those first 2 are the ones she really wants.
And then I'd love for you to also look at the Loretto Heights example, the Loretto Heights Community Center. It's a 1950s building that got converted into a community space. So that gives you kind of a sense of what when we're hearing about their experience, we're looking at those types of examples and think to ourselves like that is similar to what we're looking for. We want someone to help us understand how to use a very big, rather old building and turn it into something beautiful that our community can use.
I'm curious, I can't remember the square footage. Are they, I feel like it's like probably the
Loretta's gonna be close.
Loretta's closed. Yeah, the others are maybe smaller.
It's about 20% smaller than our building.
Got it,
Loretta's gonna
okay.
be the closest.
It's gonna be the closest in size, yeah. I have a question.
Yeah.
But I fear it's not gonna come out right, so bear with me, but do we know, can we ask, were these projects cost in alignment with what was planned, budgeted, thought was gonna happen? Or were they so?
So, some of the proposers did put in their proposals. One of the reference check questions that we had for, so if you look in their proposals, they'll have on the project references. Call these folks. And so one of our, as you can see in the packet, one of our reference checks questions was it on time and on budget? And so the reference checks came back, yes.
Okay. Thank you for,
I mean,
let me
yeah,
ask that.
we could ask them. if we wanted to.
Thank
But
you.
that was one we asked all the folks,
Right.
we, in the reference questions. So not just these, we asked the others as well.
Yeah.
And it didn't really help us because the answers we got were yes.
I think that my understanding is that having experience working in the government sector is very much like this is the budget. There really just isn't wiggle room. It's like, this is what we passed, this is what it is.
Yeah.
And so having the experience to work inside that constraint is part of what comes with the experience of doing those similar projects.
And the feedback we got was the only time they weren't on budget was when the entity themselves, the city, county, whomever, had a bunch of change orders. So it was out of the control of the team.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me ask the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Other questions that are coming up, this is you're looking at A and B, and then we'll switch and I'll bring our attention to the shape proposal. I know it's a lot to consume, all questions are good. It's been a lot for me to consume as well. Okay, so shifting over to.
One more point I think on the, it's in the staff report. One thing to just point out is that, you know, in the preference for local, AMD also has a local architect on their team. So I wanted to flag that as well.
Yeah.
So both firms are based in Denver, both have local contacts. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, AMD's team has a local architect, and I think that, Shape identified, that they would use local contractors as well, and that they would leverage their local contacts. So if you have particular questions, but I think, my understanding is Shape has a more local connection than just an architect.
I mean, just for example, like Morgan, who works for Shape, is like on like zoning, planning and zoning, and like also has like volunteered to help with like the school restructure and has volunteered his time with me over the last 2 years. So it's, and like his kids go to school here. Yeah, that is a little bit different, maybe. How we describe local, I don't know. Who defines who's
Well, I
local?
think that came in the scoring of the understanding of our local community. So you saw that Shape scored a little higher on the understanding the needs of the local community. But I didn't mean to open a huge discussion. All I wanted to do is point out that AMD has a local connection as well. And so they receive preference for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor, can you let us speak?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, I just also just want to clarify, because I myself have had to keep reining myself back in, is that this is the selection of a group to do the planning and design. It's not the construction piece, which will surely come before us later on. So for me, it was important to kind of separate those two in my mind.
And that's actually a really good point, is that this is the city's, we didn't have to, but we followed our procurement policy in that we put this out to bid. And so for construction, we would need to put it out to bid. Professional services, so this is design and planning. We didn't have to put this out to bid, but we wanted to. first for grant purposes, but also to give people an opportunity. We will be in the second phase, putting the construction phase also out to bid. So it is possible that you could pick one entity for the planning and design and a completely different entity for the construction.
But there's also a large potential when we're considering this, that we might stay with the same, right?
Yeah, that was one of the questions that came up from, and actually someone on our interview team had a lot of experience with that. It can be the same entity, but it doesn't have to,
Yeah.
I guess is the answer.
Yeah, okay.
I'll also note that they came in at different prices than proposed price. So ours was up to 100,000. That was the top. AMD came in at 100,000. And then when we switch over to Shape, you'll see theirs came in a little below that. So if that, is something you want to consider. I'll point that out with Shapes as well. So looking at Shapes proposal, similarly looking at some of their projects, I already sort of called them out, but the renovations and the work that they've done, a lot of it has been right here in Leadville. So that's certainly something important to consider. And the understanding of what it takes to work up here and deal with all the constraints that we have. That's part of the benefit of having your architect be a local resident who's been watching all of this go on for the last many years. What's going on with the pool? What's going on with LCIS? What's going on with the school district? What's going on with buildings? Like, that's all information that will come with that person. In this case, Morgan. So that's again that's one of the main reasons we wanted to bring them before you, even though their scores are a little bit lower in some of the experience realm of doing specifically community center recreation style projects in large scale with a municipal government, for example. So yeah, take a moment if you haven't already to glance through some of those examples. I think some of you have already. And then just keeping in mind, again, as we're picking this, we're not actually designing a brand new recreation center. We are taking an old building and trying to open it so that it can be used at all. Right? That might be the first phase of this is, can we just get it open and then you dream big later? And so we're trying to find a match for a firm that can understand our realistic constraints of what we have to spend, how much grant money we can come up with, how we can operate it over time, and who can even do that. So those are big questions that this firm is who we're hiring to answer that, because I am at the end of my knowledge line on that. So who do we think can best serve that purpose for us?
I'm curious with the financial aspect of it seems like these are companies that are going to help us, this whole project would be to direct us to direct you to what grants to apply to for potential funding and procuring the financials. Is that the case, sort of, or that is an aspect of it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. There's yeah, go ahead.
Well, just curious, do you feel that both companies have similar background experience? It seems like in thinking about the Famous and the Delaware, those are individuals' projects, not a necessary. Maybe the Silver King, there was some procurement.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I would
just
bring your
about
attention
experiences.
to, in the proposals, the list of people that they are bringing on their team. That was another place that I think we took a long look at, is what, if you look underneath each person and their list of experience, if you can see that they've done studies like this before.
Yeah.
They answered this question for city council members before.
Yeah, so individually they bring their own, even though maybe as a company, they haven't done projects like this. Individually, they've been involved. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what I'm saying exactly, other than I'm doing what I just told you to do. I'm looking at the people that they are bringing in.
Right, well, I mean, I'm seeing a Dillon Gymnasium here and, you know,
Yeah, I mean, they're both using the same operations and revenue analysis person, so that's one thing to just note.
Oh,
That's, we're gonna
who's
get
that?
that, that's the Ballard King Associates, that's the Denise Jensen. So in terms of how we analyze how to operate the building, what sort of revenue that we could get, which would then decide how it would function, how it would operate, that's gonna be the same person regardless.
okay, interesting, yeah, yeah.
How the architects work with that person is gonna be different.
And that was the
With
operational,
the permission of the, Mayor Pro Tem, can we take a 5-minute break?
yes.
Thank you.
5-minute break.
Thank you. Are we on?
Generally try to break every couple of hours. Is that kind of?
I just, I wanted to get. Can we unmute? Okay, Ellie, can you, if you can hear me?
No, she's muted.
Unmute.
We are unmuted. We will never be.
Yeah.
Well, we should be.
Well, I already do it.
I was trying to ask her a question, but it looks like she stepped out.
I've left this unmuted, so you can speak to Ellie.
Are you talking to me, Lori, or who? I didn't hear.
I'm trying to talk to Ellie.
Ah.
Yeah, she may have just stepped away for a second.
Sorry, I'm here. I got up when we said break.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't, let you know. Can you give me a call right now?
Sure.
Please.
It's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining.
Okay, we're back in action.
We're back.
We're back. Are we recording? Thank you.
We're back. I, Chair,
Go ahead.
am going to recuse from the discussion and the vote on this motion. I am currently involved in a project with Shape Architecture.
Okay.
Wearing a different hat, so I will recuse and step aside.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Edwards.
Yeah, where did we leave off?
I think we were about to shift to the SHAPE projects.
Yeah, bringing your attention to some of the projects they've done. Also would recommend looking over the team that they put together. Specifically, apparently the printed ones, which may be complicated.
Yeah.
And then you also can see in their budget, they came in, their proposal came in 93,160.
Okay.
That's the comparison. Well, and I was asked to ask you, is it helpful or not helpful that the firms being considered are sitting in the room?
Well, I think we should just, and we're not gonna ask for presentations, but I think we should at least acknowledge who they are.
Yeah.
Hello.
You can recognize their faces probably from the proposals.
Yeah.
But, the AMD, team is on page 224, of your packet. But I think he's behind the pillar, but Joey Carasquillo is here. He is their lead for the project.
Right.
And then we also have Michael Stesney. He is our local folk who I have referenced, and he is also involved in the city's planning and zoning commission as well, so involved in our local community.
Thank you for being here.
And so from the Shape Architecture team, I don't see anybody else. Well, actually, for your AMD team, do you have anybody virtually?
We did, but it may have been passed out at a time.
Yes, that's totally fair. So I just wanted to give you a chance to acknowledge, I didn't recognize any.
We have Mallory Hasselman.
Oh, right.
See him there. You may have Stephen Paul, but I believe he was at another town council meeting in another jurisdiction. Patching in, and I suspect he is now in those deliberations, so he's not with us right now.
And Ms. Esselman is one of their architects on the team, and you can see that on page 225. So, and then Shape Architecture, you might recognize Mr. Law is here with us. Is there anybody else from your team here virtually?
Just me.
Okay, so just giving you a chance to put your names to the faces, and like we said, we're not redoing presentations or anything like that. That was a lot of the legwork we did for you all. I think one of the things I wanted to point out, though, in your packet is really important to consider. I'm gonna try and find the page number. I think it's.
Is it the qualification or the criteria?
Yes, so, I did quote a number of things in the, staff report regarding what the RFP itself said, because I know there were a lot of materials in your packet, and so I pulled some of the relevant stuff from the RFP and put it in the staff report. But the one thing that you're gonna wanna focus on as far as your decision-making, so please keep that in mind for your questions and discussion. In page 129, we said what criteria we would be using for consideration of the firms. And so I just cut and pasted that right from the RFP. So a question came up earlier is this like we have for other, development applications, when we're given criteria to consider? Yes, these are your criteria. So when we put out the RFP, we said you are going to be evaluated on these criteria. It's not fair to any of the applicants to change the criteria now or add criteria or not include these. So I think when you're trying to evaluate, and I know it's difficult, but these are the criteria we said the candidates would be evaluated upon. So if we're straying from that in any substantial way, our job is to rein you back in to say, you know, the color of the shirt they showed up in the council meeting is not my fave, so I'm not gonna vote. We're here to steer you back to these criteria. So I just wanted to point that out for your questions, discussion, and deliberation.
Thank you. Lauren, did you have any other key highlights you wanted to go through with us?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I was hoping you all would come with some good questions, but then I could be useful in that way.
Well, I'd like to start with a couple things and then we'll be nimble. First of all, I totally agree with what you said. We have a hard choice and we have lots of good candidates, and to any of the applicants, but especially our finalists who are here, thank you so much for the work and care you put into it and tuning into our community and needs here. Secondly, I want to check, does anybody want to advocate for one of the other 8?
I was gonna ask that question.
Okay.
Just to
Yeah,
clear the
right.
the field, the
Right.
table, the bench, whatever. So
Yeah,
that was not my intention, but I did want to ask that
okay,
question.
same page
So
then, same
Thank
page.
you for asking
Yeah.
that question.
Going once, going twice. Okay. So we're in agreement then that we're down to AMD and shape, sounds like, so we can really focus in our discussion on that. From there, I do want to make sure everybody gets time to get their questions or comments out there, so I'll just open it up to council at this point. Do you have any questions or points you want to highlight? Things like that.
I appreciate all the work that the committee has gone through.
Yes.
Lauren, and I think you had 3 or 4 other people looking at all of the proposals, going through all of the interviews. And my personal bias would be to follow the recommendation of that panel, and they scored A and B highest on the interview, so that's the way I would lean.
I have a question again. I feel like I've put it all out there, being offered. At the end of this time, we are just getting back what can be done with this building. We're getting back a report. We're getting back mock-ups. Anything else?
No. Operational models. So
explain that, please.
how you would run it. So one is how you would build it.
Right.
Okay, so one of the reasons why some of the other candidates were eliminated for consideration is they didn't really identify the second piece, as Ms. Farrett said. So we want to know what can go in there and how much it's going to cost. And then what are our options for operating it? What are operational models? What are some suggestions as far as, and so that's where Janice Jensen comes in. That is her field, that is that company, that's part of the team. So it's a team of people that are multifaceted, where part of the team is planning and design to help us build it, and the other part of the team is to give us an analysis of how to operate it. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
And looking at different models of operation, like if the city ran it versus if they partnered with a nonprofit that ran it versus if we leased the space to different operators, like analyzing lots of those different types of.
Right, like this thing you would put in the building, great thing, is not gonna make you any money. Not very profitable to operate. Popular, but not profitable to operate. Not that we're gonna think about a pool, but a pool falls into that category. Very popular, insanely expensive to operate. So that's the analysis we're getting, it at all at the same time, which is your community wants X programming is pretty expensive and not very profitable. These others are. So that's, we're getting that at the same time instead of doing one and then the other.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Gita.
Well, yeah, I'm like so impressed with all the work you've done and these, you know, all the detail in both of these. I wanted to point out an experience that I had with one of the people that Shape would be working with, and that was KW. And just, I mean, it's a small town. We all have experiences, but interestingly, I've heard numerous similar experiences with KW. So I'm sure that aspect could change, but you know, that potentially you could maybe look this, I don't know, maybe in Leadville you can't, I don't know, but they have a reputation and were with me extremely unresponsive, basically ghosted me after, you know, examining a potential project on my home, and then never got back to me and sort of, you know, never, even though I reached out numerous. So that was disturbing to me to see their name there, because I'm just like, whoa, I don't think I'd want to work with somebody who was so, you know, again, maybe they'd be different with a larger entity, but it left a bad feeling, whether you're small or large, you know, you shouldn't be treated that way. So.
I'll say that came up in our interview when, with Shape, and the response that we got from Morgan was that if that was a concern that we had, they could bring in a different company.
Yeah.
But I also think that you don't know who that company is in the proposal. Right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but if there's companies that, you know, that other, I mean, I don't know, like, who would be the company that, like would be
It looks like
replaced?
he took KW off of the.
Yeah.
Oh, it did.
I was just gonna say,
Oh, that's so
So that's
interesting.
probably in
So that-
response to the fact that we brought that up in the interview, and so they.
Oh my goodness, okay, because it was in the packet, in the,
His name's Theo, he's working with the board of
Okay.
agencies.
okay, so it would be a different.
So who is that?
Yeah, I've heard similar stories.
Okay, so yeah, that KW is replaced on the updated
Okay,
proposal that we
okay,
printed.
good.
With whom?
His company's on there, his name is Theo, it replaced the line that was KW, he's a cost estimator specifically of the
Okay.
part range. He's worked a lot in,
Gotcha.
it's about how you want to do this.
Okay.
I want to raise a concern that I feel like we don't have a complete current application for Shape that we've been able to review. So I would propose that we maybe continue this and get that info so that we can actually have a proper assessment of the Shape application.
I thought the paper one was updated.
the paper one was updated, but this is what we got tonight. So if you were going off of just
Right.
the electronic version, then
Yeah.
I would also like to just make a point that this has absolutely nothing to do with Shape and their
What I brought.
No. The fact that we're looking at two different,
Yeah, that is
Documents,
an
basically.
internal issue. It should be the
Oh,
same one.
oh, yeah.
no, I'm not discounting your interactions with anybody. So,
Yeah, the updated one was sent out by me, but it was not included in your packet the week in advance.
And, okay, yeah, so tell me again, who's replacing KW?
Can I show you?
Hospitalier.
Hospitalier is the name of the company.
Yeah.
Okay, you see it, yeah. It's just
Okay.
like a different company. And both firms have something along the lines of a cost estimator. So that's someone who works in construction is going to tell you like, to do this and this and this, it's gonna cost you this. So both firms have someone that's a sub that is specifically focused on cost estimating. The majority of your budget is for the architects, the team sitting right
Yeah.
behind me.
And I mean, the idea is though that, you know, if we work with the architects and we work with, you know, and we like how this goes forward, that they would maybe potentially continue to be involved in the actual process once the project gets, the bid would be open again, but then. it would-
Yeah. And they would then re-enter the bid process along with whatever other firms apply.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But somebody else could get the bid working on their designs.
Yeah.
So the question, I guess, for the council right now is that there has been a request to put this on the next agenda for consideration after having the opportunity to review Shape's revised proposal. So what is the council's pleasure on doing that?
How does that impact the schedule? Yeah, it feels like the schedule
I'm all
is
for
making decisions sooner rather than later. So would there be a negative impact to the overall schedule and the grant, et cetera, if we delayed this decision by 2 weeks?
Not in a huge way. I
guess, and if I'm the only one, I mean, do you all feel like you can make an informed decision? I just wouldn't want like someone to make a decision based on what was digital. We had digitally that.
I mean, I don't know that this matters, but it would be nice for me to put in my EPA application that we've hired that firm already. And if we do that tonight, I can write that in tomorrow. It doesn't, it may not be though, like in terms of scoring, do we get any more points whether I put like, we are going to hire an agency versus this is the name of the agency? Probably not. I don't know. There's a part of me that just like, let's just, if there's if you need more time to make a good decision, then you should take it, but also like sometimes delaying doesn't actually help.
I mean, now that I've reviewed that, I mean, I think the addition of cost failure and can strengthen Shape's application. Is the only takeaway I have, but I do agree that.
And I think that was the assessment of the interview panel as well, is that Ballard King was substituted. And we learned of that right before the interview. And during the interview process, we said we had concerns about KW, and the team represented that they could find would be amenable to using a different company, given those concerns. So that came up previously and was addressed.
I mean, I feel like Rebecca said, I think you guys have done the legwork and you guys probably have a sense, and I mean, maybe that's not fair putting it on you, because I also feel like you've clarified that it's everybody who's here is pretty worthy.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, so I feel like I feel torn. Like, you know, it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Any others want to weigh in?
I think my thing is this, first of all, thank you guys, both groups for showing up. It's obviously a late night. So I really liked the aspect of the local that they both bring, but clearly there, in my mind anyway, is a more local aspect. And it seems like there were some concerns that were brought up before the interview process. They were addressed. I don't know that I'm as torn as Gita. So
And can we share where you're, or can you share where you're leaning?
I'm definitely leaning towards shape.
Okay.
Especially since, like I said, they addressed some concerns, before the interview process. And so it kind of takes away, and I'm, again, not discounting what Gita's experience was, you know, that if I had known that and it was still here, I probably would not be feeling the way I do. So.
Mayor Green, would you like to weigh in?
Yes. And I have to, I have to say that I was on these committees as well. And they were, the interviews were, I thought, very carefully conducted, and we had some really good discussions within the team. I think for me, like I said, separating planning and design from actually constructing and moving forward, for me, made a big difference. I thought, so for me, it was much more important to say, first of all, how do we come up with tiers of what does it take to get this building open? What are some options after that for operations, and kind of a leveling up according to what we thought that we could stomach. But the most important thing is to get the building open. And the other part of this is communication with the public, not just knowing the public, but how do we declare to them, like, here's what's going on, and how do we teach them to, or invite them to vision what could possibly go there without creating undue, wild expectations, or, especially to a community that's just very tired of being shown these bells and whistles, and of course we can't afford it, but to have something really realistic and say, could you see this? Could you see that? And are you interested in this? And really involve them in that way. So those things were really, really important to me. Also, the just the marriage of, yes, having like a construction input and the operations input. So having the vision of, all right, this is I'll just say this is a school, there's lots of different entrances and exits. So an example would be, you don't want to have all those entrances open because you would have to staff them, and that would be a more expensive endeavor, et cetera. And so all of those considerations, those kind of like, this is something you might want to think about, or here's something that we thought when we were visiting the building, that kind of expertise in anticipating what some of the challenges might be in terms of operations with this building. In the end of all of that, my top choice was AMD, because they checked those boxes that were really important to me in trying to think of how we could come up with a facility that can get open, that can introduce and help the community vision what might go in there, and provide us with some very feasible and thoughtful designs and different ideas for like how to financially put something like this together. So, for instance, one of the other points that they brought up was, depending on what your importance is, like if you want to shoot for accessibility, we're already saying this is going to be something we have to continuously put money into, versus, do you want this to be profit generating? That's a very different operations model, right? And I thought they had some creative experience with like how to structure what we might put in there. Do we need an anchor business? Do we, can we get some other businesses that could generate their own revenue, but also help support the maintenance and ongoing operation of the building. So all those were things that just went into my thought and my vote, or at least my rankings, I would say. So that's, and again, it's not, I mean, we had really great conversations. We were definitely in this dilemma of, oh, we have like really good teams here, like in a way it's kind of, I don't know if we could really go awry. But that's just kind of was the thing that made the difference for me.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Grant, you wanna?
No, I think I've had my questions answered.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Carey?
No, I think, yeah, I mean, I think I've had my questions as well.
Okay. Well, I guess I propose then we just go one by one and share which direction we're leaning and see if we're going in direction. So we've heard from council members Dulick and Thomas.
It's a weighty issue, but I am leaning towards AMD.
Okay. I'm leaning towards shape. I think some of the deficiencies in the original plan I saw for me were alleviated by the additions we've talked about tonight. So I feel like they do have the experience with Ballard King that would get us the operational model that I think is, I don't know if I can rank these things, but it feels almost more important to me than the physical building. I don't know if that's true. Actually, the physical building is important too, but the model of how is this going to work, I think is almost the same between the candidates or between the applicants, but that really relieves some of my worries. So that leaves me leaning towards shape.
Interesting. Well, now you're shifting my mind. Yeah, I mean, I can hear what Dana's saying and I can hear what you're saying. I mean, if everything was equal, I would say I would go with the local one just because, maybe your kids are going to be using it or whatever. So that feels like that's really relevant. I just like the experience that comes with having done community centers before. I think that's sort of, the point of like thinking about, I just got to see the building today. There are a lot of doors. Not many windows, but there's a lot of doors. So that is I would say I might be leaning in, considering, I mean, but again. I'll just point out that AMD has a local presence as well.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. I feel, yeah, that's true. Yeah. So, I mean, I would say, I mean, a lot of, for me too, is giving weight to the people that have done the work.
Yeah.
And that's big. So, I wasn't there in all those sessions. So, I am totally good with giving my confidence in that. In Lori and Dana.
Oh, yes.
Jason and everybody,
With the recommendation
Lauren.
for AMD.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody has recommended that. I feel like I've kind of heard Dana and that's it. So I don't know.
Yeah. And I guess their ranking out of the interview process was highest.
Yes.
Well, if you wanted to ask anyone that question here.
Yes.
I would like to ask, actually, I mean, Lauren and Lori, you will be working most directly. And do you have any preferences of who you're working with, or, and it's okay if you don't have any more info to give, but I am just wanted to give you a chance to.
I think Lauren said in the beginning is I think we knew that we had hard choices as a community in picking who would be the awardee just because they were all so good. So I think we can't go wrong. I think either choice is a fantastic choice. And I think that, you know, in all honesty, I think the committee wanted to come down with a recommendation. And we found that that was not as easy as we thought. And therefore we had 2 finalists for you to consider because ultimately it is your decision. And so I think that's kind of honestly how the, you know, we landed was that it is a really tough choice and it is ultimately your choice. So we thought rather than, you know, have a #1 finalist and, you know, we gave you 2 finalists. And so I think that you've identified all the considerations that we looked at as well. And I, you know, I feel like we could work very well with either. And, you know, I think both having a local presence is really important, really important. Because this is, you know, I mean, this is very nice baby. we want it to succeed. So I think we have confidence that either team can get us there.
Yeah, and I think like the question of who would I prefer to work with is not part of the criteria that you're asked to consider. And so I don't even know if that's like a fair question for me to answer. I think that what we, just to second what Lori said, like, they're both gonna be good. You know, sometimes when you're looking at like a local firm versus a firm that isn't local, you either the known, right? You know this person, that might feel more like familiar and easy, but it doesn't make them better necessarily, but it is known. And so it certainly weighs on me, but it's not my decision to make. I think they're both good choices.
Okay, and we heard from the mayor, I believe. Mayor, do you have anything to add or subtract?
No, I just, you know, I also just want to emphasize that these were very careful discussions. And I think our overall feeling was, like I said, it would be hard to think that there's a bad decision here, which I know is not helpful. So ultimately I really leaned into the rating criteria that we used.
Okay, thank you. Well, any further questions or discussion?
I hate to equate this to sports, but we're going through football playoffs right now, and there were a whole bunch of teams that were playing at the beginning of the season, and soon there's going to be 2 teams, and they might be ranked completely differently. But at the end of the day, one team's going to win, one team's going to lose. The way I'm looking at it is now that we have 2 finalists in front of us, I'm not saying that the scoring system goes completely away, but the scoring system kind of goes away in my mind. After, again, looking at what we were presented with. And again, thank you guys and thank the mayor for doing all the heavy lifting for us. I feel that the more, I had to write it down and I took it out of here. The basic understanding of the community, I feel, is going to be more weighted with SHAPE since they have done a lot of work here, even if it isn't the exact same. So.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I think we're at a point to entertain a motion. Anyone so inspired?
Thomas moves to approve resolution number 5, series of 2026, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Leadville selecting planning and design team for the community center and selecting Anderson Mason Dale or AMD as the planning and design team.
Do we have a second?
Grant seconds.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Carey,
Call me first. And so, okay, just to clarify, this has been, you have recommended AMD. Got it.
I just want to clarify, because this is sort of a weird situation when we have somebody makes a motion, and so a vote for is, yeah, I agree with AMD. If your vote is for SHAPE, you would vote no. And if there's a majority, then this version of the resolution fails, and it would fall to somebody else to present the resolution with a different firm in the chosen name.
Got it.
It's a little bit strange, but
If there's a tie, okay.
Yes.
These planning and zoning commissioners are used to this.
So,
Okay. All right,
so
yeah.
Councilmember Carey.
I'm either saying yes or no to Rebecca's motion.
Correct, yeah.
I'm gonna say yes, I guess, yes.
Councilmember Dolan,
No.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards,
Recused.
Councilmember Grant,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
No.
and Mayor Green.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, good deliberation, and thank you to all the
Thank you.
applicants. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you to the committee for all the work. These are tough choices for sure. And, I think we can all be proud of moving forward on this cool project. And like we said, there wasn't a wrong option, just we had to pick one of the great options. So here we go. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the teams and all the work you put in, and, obviously, we're at phase 1, so stick around to phase 2, please.
All right. Lauren, thank you for all your work in presenting and facilitating. Okay. Okay.
Good night, thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. Yeah. Welcome back, Councilmember Edwards.
Thank you.
Take a minute.
Maybe I would have seen me on social. So.
Okay, that concludes our action items for the evening. Next item is public comments. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, so,
Come up here. Oh, can you speak from there?
I prepared the.
Why don't you come up, Steve? Thanks, sorry about that.
So, this goes back to, I would, well, first of all, I'd like to say we need to fix that bathroom in Zeiss Park. It's been about 3 months that they've been going on one bathroom there.
Okay.
I have quite a bit to say about Zeiss Park, but this other issue I want to talk about. So the Millennium problem is that, we have a community that has lots of tainted soil in it. And the Millennium thing is, one, they put possibly tainted soil there. 2, they're affecting the ecology of that riparian area in a negative manner just by filling that in. But I don't, and so the EPA, this is in their hands now. So some possibility this is going to push Millennium out of business. I don't know if it will or not. But we have 2 other spots in town that have a similar thing that aren't being addressed. So if we're addressing Millennium, however it gets addressed, we should address those. In back of my house, the XL Energy lot exposed some tailings that the lot was leveled with. And it ripped off the ground cover that was there that was growing plants and stuff. And they covered it, at least the flat part of it with new fill, but all this exposed stuff, that should be tested. And then on the way to on 4th Street, on the west end there, on the way to the high school, to the hospital, on the south side, there's some guy doing some fill work there. He has a sign, clean fill wanted, or however he has it, but don't bring any trash. And people have been dumping stuff that has tar pavement in there. So there's two issues there. One, he's filling in without any kind of permit. And two, who knows what kind of soil gets dumped in there and how that's going to get into the water thing. So we need to have some kind of review process on when soil gets disturbed, that it gets reviewed, and also that people aren't allowed to just solicit fill and, so we're different with that second in our community with the toxic soil. So thank you kindly for listening.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. Okay, any other members of the public online? Seeing none. Mayor's report.
I am gonna pass. This is right after the retrospective when I promised we would never have another really late meeting. I do want to talk about some stuff with the Policy Advisory Committee with CML. I'm going to hold that until after the next advisory committee meeting in February, because I think it'll be more meaningful. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Mayor. Any council reports?
I've got two things I want to talk about. One's very short. I was just appointed to the board of the Tabor Opera House. Really fun. I'll be able to provide, routine updates to city council as we move forward on that. The other thing I want to talk about is the CJK mill. We heard several public comments at the beginning of the meeting. I sent around to everybody. I'm sure not everybody's had a chance to look at it. A letter that the city sent in April of 2024. And we have until February 2nd to provide any comment on the permit application. And we're not going to have a chance to talk about it at another regular city council meeting. So I don't know how best to move forward.
I think we have kind of two options, and Lori, correct me if I'm wrong here, but
I'll fine tune one of the options because I had a chance to talk to our city attorney about one of them. So
excellent.
Yeah.
So pending Lori's input on my options, one could be to circulate a letter that can be signed by individual council members, but would not be representative of our body as a whole. And I don't know if that would achieve the results of the city as an entity being represented. Secondly, I believe we could consider changing the work session next week to being a special meeting where we would still preserve the 2-hour work session, but we would add on this agenda item, and it might add a half hour or so to our meeting. So it would change that from a 2-hour meeting to a 2.5-hour meeting.
Yeah, and I think my only refinement is you're absolutely right. You could, but you would probably just call a special meeting and have that be for half an hour, adjourn that, and then do a work session.
Okay.
Does that make sense? But same
Sure,
concept.
yeah. Is that the adjustment? So I think is it true that circulating a letter with individual signatures, and a council member could opt to not sign it if they wish not to, would that preserve the city's place at a future table of conversation?
I had an opportunity to talk to our city attorney about it, and I think there's different ways that the city can engage as opposed to a member of the public, right? So there's a public comment period that's happening right now that closes. And so the city can weigh in on that, either through individual council members or as a body. But that is not the only opportunity that the city has to have jurisdiction over this or could be affected by this. Members of the public, public comment is closed. If there's any involvement for us as a referral agency, and I had a quick chance to check with Mr. LaChance, but we have not received a letter as a referral agency for any input, but we could receive a request from, it's DRMS that's evaluating, correct?
Yeah.
So we could receive a request as a referral agency to weigh in on impacts, which means we could then also have another opportunity to weigh in on traffic and any other impacts that might fall under our jurisdiction. And so we're not precluded to one chance to speak. We have this one chance. We should, if the council so chooses, take that opportunity. But there are, just because we are a public entity, we might have more opportunities to have a say.
But that referral opportunity is not guaranteed.
Not guaranteed. How do I answer that? I have
Chances are good, but it's not guaranteed that we would have another opportunity to win that.
Well, so here's the short answer to that is that, we became aware that the concerned citizens might come to our public comment, just this afternoon. Or it came up in our agenda setting. I did not have the opportunity to get the permit, the renewed permit, to our city attorneys in time for them to research whether or not it would be sent to us as a referral agency. So I don't know the answer to that because we didn't have time to, I don't have the actual permit to have our city attorney research.
It's an amendment to an existing permit.
Yeah.
Which I think might influence whether or not we would have another opportunity to make a comment.
And the second quick question, is there anything forbidding us from doing both? Weighing in as an individual council member and also weighing in as the city council? Is there any?
No.
Okay, good.
Let's go to Mayor Green. She has her hand up, and then we'll go to Councilmember Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tharp. Yeah, just in response to the question of, there might be some people opposed to, on council opposed to it, which is true. With the letter that we submitted in 2024, we had a majority of council. We did not have all of council, not because they were opposed, but because they just weren't there at the time. I forget what the circumstances were. And it's still, because it was a majority, it still acted as a statement, input from the city.
So I think maybe the way to, so tonight you can't debate opposition or non-opposition. It's not on the agenda, so we can debate process tonight. You all can decide how you want to proceed, but we can't talk about the actual outcome. So that was what we talked about today. And the agenda setting is your options for process. And which option do you choose for process? Do you want an individual letter that each of you can sign separately? Or do you want to try and act as a council? If you want to try and act as a council, I think the only way to do it is to call a special meeting for your already scheduled meeting next Tuesday.
I'm just curious. I did want to say I met, Shannon and I both met with Patty and Ruth on Sunday. Patty reached out to me about a meeting and kind of got the whole update on everything. And I was curious. I mean, really, I think the meeting in part was also to bring us up to speed, but also to say, this is the only aspect that's changed. Basically, council wrote a letter last time. It could almost be the exact same letter, but I don't know in terms of the letter you're talking about. So the letter that was written and signed last time, was it like individual council members then signing on, or was it the council as a whole that kind of, it sounds like from what Dana said, it was the council that as a whole that sort of backed the letter, even though it wasn't all the
Didn't you send that to us?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I drafted the letter,
Yeah.
made some revisions based on comments from various council members. And then the council members that were available, agreed to have their names put underneath
Because they were
Dana's signature.
present.
So I think one or two people were out of town or something and couldn't weigh in.
Yeah. So,
So your choices are,
Okay.
But wait a minute, my question is, it hasn't been published, so we only think that the 10-day notice is.
yeah, that's the exact point they brought up, that it has to be published in the paper first, and then the 10 days begins.
yeah, so that's why I would say, you know, we didn't have time to pull what the amended permit is, what the rules are regarding public comment. We haven't gotten our letters or referral agents. So there's a number of things we as staff would like to know. And I think it would be important for you all to know before you're making a decision on any type of a letter. So has any council member seen the amended permit? And I think that would be important for you all to see.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not ready,
Well,
when I was writing the.
unless we were to submit a letter that just says we would like to continue to be part of the conversation. Like, it doesn't have to be for or against, I don't think.
Correct.
Well, if it's noticed, if it's noticed on Thursday,
yeah.
Thursday this week, could I make a request that we meet 30 minutes before our work session rather than 30 minutes after?
Sure.
You're still gonna meet for the same amount of time.
Yeah.
So I
Let me,
don't know if staff can do 5:30.
I was gonna say, I won't be able to be here currently.
okay,
Right, so just start at 6.
let's do this. Could you please show a thumbs up if you want to add it to next week as a special meeting?
Before we do that, would we not be able to direct staff to draft a letter or something on council's behalf that we want to still be part of the conversation? Without, that way we're not saying yes, no. Or
Could we direct that we ask staff to draft both an individual letter and a council-wide letter that we can then discuss at the work session next week?
We could ask, but I feel like perhaps that might be a big lift for staff. Like it might be better to rely on.
So we have
council and draft.
1 week to get all the materials together for the strategic plan and what was already on the agenda. So I'm hesitant. So that is exactly why Councilmember Thomas was so great last time.
Yeah.
Is we said we don't have the bandwidth, and so I think that was how it
I'll be
ended.
great again this.
Yeah.
I have full faith in you, Rebecca.
800,
We're talking.
Sorry, Councilmember Dulick, did that answer your question, or was your request essentially to see the letter before we decide?
No, I was wondering if we couldn't. I mean, I feel that we're all on the same page here. We're
Well,
not,
we can't
Maybe.
debate that.
I shouldn't assume. I don't think we should assume, but.
I think
Yeah,
I should, I think I should draft a couple of letters. One very similar to the letter that was sent in 2024, but just updated to reflect the current permit application. And then I'll draft a second letter that doesn't have the city taking the position, but hopefully gets us in the process so that we can have a position later if we want one.
Okay, and so just, Mr. Rosas is very accurate in explaining what our time deadlines are. So, those materials, we're talking 48 hours. So that material has to be to us on Thursday so we can get it in the packet on Friday.
That applies to me too.
Yes, the rules, yes. If we want it to be in the packet, yeah, so we're
Okay, that's what time on Thursday?
end of day.
End of day Thursday. And I send the letters to.
Or deputy city clerk. Those deadlines apply to me too. Yeah.
It was worth asking.
Totally worth
asking. Conversation, to have the applicant present for that conversation.
No, I think last time they came and made a presentation in advance. I will double check with our city attorney. It's a good question. I mean, I do think that, council members should review the amended permit and any other information they think is relevant to be making a decision on. position.
I would like to say this is an imposed deadline based on the timing, but if nothing appears in the paper, the deadline
Yeah, all bets are
isn't
off.
matter.
Yeah, you're right.
Which we would know Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday evening, yeah.
Because of the digital copy, right?
Yeah, and I guess that's the other issue too, is, you know, you could meet and discuss it and still have additional time, and you could agendize it for a following meeting.
Yeah, it can be on the agenda and we can pass it, so.
Is anyone opposed to adding it to next week's meeting? I hear no opposition to that.
Making it a special meeting.
Making it a special meeting, that dovetails with our work session. Do we need to do any, motion for that or anything? Okay. Well, sounds like there is support from council to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll talk about how to do the agenda.
All right, wax that mole. Bam. Any other council reports? Who would I email for, some input to the parking task force?
I would be
Me
glad to.
or
Oh,
me or Rebecca.
great. Sounds good. Thank you. All right, public meetings planner. We got a bunch on the calendar. Any changes or updates? Good deal.
Laura is again a false flag. I'm gonna have
Okay.
to try again because my last doodle poll failed to figure out something that would work with our consultants.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Oh, let's
All in
debate it.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, it is 11:04 and this meeting is adjourned. Good stamina, everyone. I mean, it's only 20 minutes past the,
We're on track for a while.
we were,
Really dead on track.
yeah. All right, did some good counseling tonight.
Oh, we're there now.
The city isn't gonna counsel itself, I'll tell you that much.
This council isn't gonna counsel itself.
No,
City administrator.
we might need counselors if we keep going.
We're dead on track on this.
This is pretty